I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story 12 Brothers. In a kingdom cradled by ancient forests and vast meadows, where the sun rose over the mountains of jagged stone and set behind rivers that gleamed like molten silver, a castle of gray granite stood as a sentinel atop a rolling hill. Its towers pierced the sky, their spires crowned with banners of deep blue emblazoned with a golden stag, its walls weathered by centuries of wind and rain. Yet within its stone embrace burned a warmth that rivaled the hearths of its grand halls. The land stretched bountiful, fields golden with wheat, orchards heavy with fruit, villages alive with the hum of laughter and labor, a realm ruled by King Heinrich and his gentle queen, whose love had woven peace through its heart for decades. Heinrich was a man of iron will, his beard a cascade of dark gray that framed a face etched with the lines of command, his blue eyes sharp with a king's resolve, his broad hand steady from years of wielding sword and scepter. Beside him stood Queen Adelina, her hair a river of chestnut that fell in waves past her shoulders, her green eyes soft with a mother's tenderness, her presence a balm to the court's stern edges. Together they had raised 12 sons, strong, spirited boys whose laughter filled the castle like a song, their bond a thread that knit the family tight. From eldest to youngest, Karl, Johann, Friedrich, Wilhelm, Otto, Hans, Ludwig, Dieter, Klaus, Stefan, Paul, and little Emil. They were a dozen stars in their parents' sky, each a mirror to the king's strength and the queen's grace. The princes grew, Karl with his broad shoulders and steady gaze, Johann with his quick wit and flashing smile, Friedrich with his gentle hands and quiet words, each distinct yet united. Their days a blur of training in the courtyard, hunting in the forest, and racing through the meadows. They were the kingdom's pride, 12 sons to carry its name, 12 heirs to its throne, a lineage Heinrich cherished with a fierceness that bordered on obsession. "My boys," he'd say, his voice a rumble, his blue eyes glinting, his hands clapping their shoulders as they sparred. "You'll rule this land, strong, unbroken, a wall no foe can breach." But beneath his pride lurked a shadow, a fear that gnawed at his iron heart, a dread of change he couldn't name. Adelina saw it, her green eyes tracing his furrowed brow, her hands brushing his as they sat by the hearth, her voice soft with a wife's knowing. "You're restless," she'd say. "What troubles you, my love?" He'd grunt, his beard bristling, his gaze distant, his voice low. "A kingdom needs sons," he'd mutter. "Daughters marry, sons rule, 12's a fortress, more's a risk." She'd smile, her chestnut hair catching the firelight, her tone gentle. "A daughter's of us a gift. Trust fate, Heinrich." Fate turned with the seasons, and Adelina's belly swelled once more. A 13th child, a promise whispered in the wind that swept through the castle's halls. The court buzzed, servants whispering, courtiers speculating. hope mingling with the king's unease as the months wore on. Heinrich's fear hardened, his blue eyes darkening, his hands clenching, his voice a thunder that broke the quiet one night by the throne. "If it's a girl," he said, his gray beard trembling, his tone sharp, his gaze fixed on Adelina, "the boys must go. 12's enough. No daughter will claim my crown." Adelina paled, her green eyes wide, her hands clutching her swollen womb, her voice a plea that shook with dread. "No," she said, "not my sons. Heinrich, they're our blood. Don't speak such madness." He turned, his broad frame stiff, his blue eyes cold, his voice a blade. "A king protects his line," he said. "A girl's birth risks it. Sons marry out, daughters take. 12's my wall, unbroken." She wept, her chestnut hair falling, her tears a river, her hands trembling as she faced a truth she couldn't sway. She acted, her heart a storm, her resolve a fire, her hands gathering the princes in the dead of night, their eyes wide with confusion as she led them to the castle's edge. "Flee," she whispered, her voice breaking, her green eyes glistening, her hands pressing cloaks into theirs, her touch a farewell she couldn't bear. "Into the forest, hide. Your father's lost to fear, but I'll save you." Carl stepped forward, his broad shoulders squared, his voice steady. "Mother, why?" She shook her head, her tears falling, her voice a whisper. "A girl, if she comes, he'll act. Go, my loves, stay safe." The 12 vanished, Carl leading, Johann guiding, Emil clinging, their boots silent on the stone, their cloaks a shadow as the forest swallowed them, its pines a shield, its paths a maze. 12 sons lost to a king's dread, 12 brothers bound by a mother's love. Adelina returned, her chestnut hair damp, her green eyes hollow, her hands hiding their flight as Heinrich slept, his blue eyes blind to her betrayal. The child came, a girl, born under a sky, streaked with dawn, her cries a chime that pierced the castle's hush. Adelina named her Lysel, her hair a wisp of chestnut like her mother's, her eyes a soft green that mirrored hers, her small frame a gift wrapped in sorrow. Heinrich entered, his gray beard still, his blue eyes sharp, his hands trembling as he saw her, his voice a rumble. "A daughter," he said, "Liesel, beautiful, but the boys." Adelina met his gaze, her green eyes steady, her voice firm. "Gone, fled. I sent them away. You'll not harm them." His roar shook the hall, his hands clenching, his blue eyes blazing, his voice a thunder that rattled the stone. "Traitor!" he shouted. "You defy me! For this!" She stood, her chestnut hair falling, her tone a blade. "For our sons, I'd defy the stars. Kill me, but not them." He faltered, his gray beard trembling, his hands dropping, his love a chain that bound his wrath, his fear a shadow he couldn't wield. "Then they're lost," he said, his voice low, his blue eyes cold. "But I'll not stain my hands." He sought another, a witch, Morwen, her cloak black as night, her hair a tangle of shadow, her red eyes glinting with a malice that chilled the air. "Curse them," he said, his gray beard stiff, his voice a hiss, his hands thrusting gold into hers. 12 sons, make them birds, banish them, let no daughter claim my throne. Morwen laughed, her red eyes blazing, her staff flaring, her voice a rasp. Swans, white as snow, by day they'll soar, by moon they'll speak. 12 brothers, yours no more. She wove, her hands a dance, her magic a storm, its shadow spilling into the forest, its curse a thread that bound their fate. The 12 awoke, Karl's cry, Johann's gasp, Emil's oh, their bodies feathering, their arms stretching, white swans rising from the trees, their wings a thunder that broke the dawn, their honks a lament that echoed through the wilds. By night, under the full moon, they'd land, their feathers shedding, 12 brothers once more, their eyes tracing the castle they'd lost, their voices whispering a mother's name, a sister's birth they'd never know. Liesel grew, her chestnut hair lengthening, her green eyes brightening, her small frame a bark in a castle shadowed by grief. Adelina faded, her health breaking, her green eyes dim, her hands hiding the truth as Heinrich ruled, his blue eyes cold with a king's regret, his heart a fortress no daughter could breach. Stay quiet, Adelina whispered, her voice weak, her hands brushing Liesel's hair, her tears a secret she'd carry to her grave. You're safe, your brothers too. Don't ask. Liesel nodded, her small hands steady, her green eyes curious, her voice a chime. Yes, Mama, she said. I'll be good. The years turned, Liesel blossoming, her chestnut hair a cascade, her green eyes so sharp with a girl's wonder, her days a dance of lessons and gardens, her nights a dream of a family she didn't know. The castle stood, its stone a witness, its halls a shroud, its king a shadow, its queen a memory fading, its 12 sons a secret lost to wings and wind. Liesel played, her small hands plucking flowers, her voice humming, her heart a light no gloom could dim, her fate a thread poised to unravel. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its lake a mirror to 12 swans, its tail a whisper waiting for a sister's call. The castle stood as a gray monument against the backdrop of a crisp autumn sky, its granite walls weathered by time, its towers casting long shadows over the kingdom. As the sun dipped low, painting the meadows gold and the rivers a shimmering bronze. Within its stone embrace, 16 years had passed since Liesel's birth. A quiet span, marked by the slow fading of Queen Adelina and the cold reign of King Heinrich, whose iron will had hardened into a silent regret he never voiced. The halls echoed with the muted clatter of servants, their footsteps a soft rhythm beneath the weight of a grief no one dared name, their whispers a thread that wove through the castle's somber air. Liesel had grown into a young woman, her chestnut hair a cascade that reached her waist, its strands catching the torchlight like threads of autumn leaves, her green eyes sharp with a curiosity that belied her sheltered life, her small frame steady with a grace she'd honed through years of solitude. She moved through the castle like a wisp, her white gown brushing the marble floors, her bare feet silent as she wandered its gardens, its libraries, its forgotten corners. her voice a soft hum that filled the silence her mother's absence had left. "Something's missing," she'd murmur, her hands plucking flowers, her green eyes tracing the horizon, her heart a drumbeat of questions no one answered. King Heinrich ruled, his gray beard now streaked with white, his blue eyes dulled by years of unspoken sorrow, his broad hands resting on a throne that felt heavier with each passing day. He watched Liesel, his daughter, his jewel, his gaze a mix of pride and guilt, his voice a rumble that rarely softened. "Stay close," he'd say, his tone gruff, his hands clenching, his fear a shadow that clung to her, a dread of loss he couldn't shake. Adelina's death, 5 winters past, her frail body yielding to a sickness no healer could cure, had left him hollow, his love a chain that bound him to silence, his regret a burden he carried alone. Liesel felt it, her green eyes tracing his furrowed brow, her small hands brushing his arm, her voice a chime that sought to pierce his gloom. "Father," she'd say, "why do you look so sad? The kingdom's safe. Aren't we enough?" He'd turn, his blue eyes distant, his gray beard still, his voice low. "You're enough," he'd mutter. "Stay quiet. Don't ask." She'd nod, her chestnut hair falling, her smile faint, her curiosity a flame no command could douse, her heart a whisper of a truth she didn't know. That truth came on an evening when the wind carried a chill through the castle's halls, its gusts rattling the windows and stirring the dust in forgotten corners. Liesel wandered, her white gown trailing, her bare feet brushing the stone, as dusk painted the sky, a deep amber beyond the tower's arched panes. She climbed, a winding stair, its steps worn by time, to a chamber her mother had once loved, its door creaking as she pushed it open, its air thick with the scent of old wood and faded roses. A chest stood by the hearth, oak, carved with stags, its lid heavy with a lock long broken, its shadows a lure she couldn't resist. She knelt, her small hands trembling, her green eyes wide, her fingers brushing the lid as she lifted it, its hinges groaning a protest that broke the silence. Inside lay treasures, Adelina's treasures, a shawl of blue silk, its threads frayed, a locket of silver, its clasp rusted, a bundle of letters, their ink faded, and then, beneath it all, a feather cloak, white as snow, its plumes soft and shimmering, its edges worn but radiant. Liesel gasped, her hands lifting it, her chestnut hair spilling as she held it to the light, its feathers a dance of purity and mystery, its weight a whisper of something lost. "What's this?" she murmured, her voice a chime, her green eyes tracing its glow, her hands brushing its plumes as if to coax a secret from their silence. A rustle broke her wonder, a shuffle by the hearth, and she turned, her small frame tensing, her eyes wide, as Adelina's shadow seemed to stir, a memory woven into the air. But it was no ghost, only a servant, old Marta, her gray hair braided, her hands clutching a broom, her voice a rasp as she stepped forward, her eyes soft with a sorrow she'd carried too long. "Liesel," she said, "you found it, your mother's secret." Liesel rose, her white gown rustling, her feather cloak clutched tight, her voice trembling. "Secret," she said. "Marta, what is this? Whose is it?" Marta sighed, her gray hair glinting, her hands dropping the broom, her voice a whisper as she knelt, her eyes tracing the plumes. Your brothers, she said, 12 of them. Karl, Johann, Friedrich, all gone, cursed, because of you. Liesel's breath caught, her green eyes wide, her hands shaking, her voice a cry. Brothers, I, I don't, tell me. Marta's hands trembled, her voice breaking, her eyes glistening, her words a flood that spilled the truth Adelina had buried. You were born, a girl, she said, and your father, he feared a daughter's claim, said your brothers must die to keep his throne. Your mother, she couldn't bear it, sent them to the forest, hid them, thought they'd live free. But he turned to Morwen, a witch, cursed them into swans, white as that cloak, banished them. Adelina wept, kept it from you, died with it, breaking her heart. Liesel sank, her small frame folding, her feather cloak falling, her chestnut hair a curtain as tears welled, her green eyes dim with a grief she'd never known. Swans, she whispered, her voice a sob, her hands clutching the plumes, her heart a storm of loss and love for brothers she'd never met. 12, my brothers, because of me? Marta nodded, her gray hair drooping, her voice soft. Not your fault. His fear, her silence, yours to bear now if you will. She rose, her small hands steady, her green eyes blazing, her voice a chime that broke the tower's hush. I will, she said. They're mine, my blood. I'll find them, save them, whatever it takes. Marta's eyes widened, her hands reaching, her voice a plea. The forest, danger, Morwen, she'll know. Liesel turned, her chestnut hair swinging, her feather cloak clutched tight, her voice firm. Let her, I'll face it. 12 brothers, swans or not. I'll bring them home. The night deepened, its wind a howl beyond the tower, its shadows a shroud as Liesel slipped to her chamber, her white gown shed for a cloak of brown wool, her bare feet shod in boots, her hands packing bread and a flask, her feather cloak a bundle she'd carry, a clue to her kin. She crept, her steps silent, her green eyes tracing the halls, past Heinrich's chamber, his snores a rumble through the stone, past Marta's watch, her broom still, out the castle's gate, its iron creaking as she slipped into the dark. The forest loomed, its pines a wall, its shadows vast, its air alive with the rustle of leaves and the hoot of owls, its paths a maze she'd walk alone. Brothers, she whispered, her voice a vow, her chestnut hair catching the wind, her small hands steady as she clutched the cloak, its feathers alight in the gloom. I'm coming, Karl, Johann, Emil, all of you. I'll find you. The ring, her mother's silver band, gleamed on her finger, a gift from Adelina's last breath, a spark of hope she'd wield, a sister's call, a curse to break, a tale poised to unfold. The castle faded, its stone a memory, its king a shadow, its halls a silence she'd left behind, its queen a whisper guiding her steps. Heinrich slept, his gray beard still, his blue eyes blind, his fear a chain she'd snap, his sons a secret she'd reclaim. The forest stretched, its shadows deep, its pines a chorus, its lake a mirror waiting for 12 swans, its heart a stage for a sister's love. The night stood, its stars a witness, its moon a promise. A girl in brown, a feather cloak, a journey born of a truth unveiled. The forest stretched dark and vast, beneath a sky awash with stars, its ancient pines towering like sentinels, their branches whispering secrets in the night breeze that carried the scent of moss and damp earth. Liesel moved through its depths, her brown wool cloak brushing the undergrowth, her chestnut hair tangled with leaves, her green eyes glinting with a resolve that burned brighter with each step. Her small hands clutched the feather cloak, white as snow, its plumes a soft shimmer in the moonlight, a relic of her brothers, a guide to a family she'd never known. Her boots sank into the soft soil, her breath fogging in the chill, her heart a steady drumbeat that matched the rhythm of her quest. Days had blurred since she'd fled the castle, 3 sunrises, 3 nights of wandering, her bread dwindling to crumbs, her flask nearly dry, her small frame weary but unbowed. The forest was a maze, its paths winding, its shadows shifting, its air alive with the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of owls, its silence broken only by her soft hum, a tune from childhood, a thread to a mother's love she clung to. Carl, Johann, Emil, she whispered, her voice a chime, her green eyes tracing the canopy, her hands tightening on the cloak as if its feathers could call them. Where are you, my brothers? The moon climbed higher, a full orb of silver that pierced the trees, its light spilling through the branches to dapple the forest floor in pools of glow. Liesel paused, her boots stilling, her cloak settling, her hazel eyes catching a shimmer beyond a thicket, a glint of water, a lake's edge gleaming like a mirror under the moon's gaze. Water, she murmured, her voice soft, her small hands brushing her flat, her thirst a pang that quickened her steps. She pushed through, her cloak snagging on thorns, her chestnut hair catching twigs, her green eyes wide as the forest parted, revealing a lake, its surface smooth, its waters reflecting the stars, its shores fringed with reeds that swayed in the breeze. She knelt, her small hands dipping the flask, its coolness a balm to her parched throat, her reflection a flicker in the silver sheen, her chestnut hair framing a face pale with exhaustion, but sharp with hope. The forest hushed, its owls stilling, its wind softening, as if holding its breath, and then a ripple broke the stillness, a wave that stirred the star's mirror. Liesel froze, her flask slipping, her green eyes widening, her voice a whisper. What's that? She stood, her cloak trailing, her hands clutching the feather cloak, as shapes emerged. 12, white, their wings a soft thunder against the water, swans radiant as snow, their necks arched, their eyes glinting with a light she couldn't name. They glided, graceful, silent, their feathers catching the moonlight, their beauty a vision that stole her breath. Swans, she murmured, her voice a chime, her green eyes tracing their dance, her small hands lifting the feather cloak as if drawn by instinct, its plumes a mirror to their glow. The moon reached its peak, its silver full and fierce, And the swans landed, their wings folding, their forms shimmering as the light bathed them, their feathers shed a cascade of white that fell like snow, revealing 12 men, tall, strong, their faces a gallery of her own, chestnut hair, green eyes, a likeness that struck her heart like a bell. Brothers, she whispered, her voice trembling, her green eyes wide, her small frame stepping forward as they turned. Carl, broad and steady, Johann, quick and bright, Emil, small and wide-eyed, 12, their gazes meeting hers, their breath catching as they saw the cloak in her hands. Liesel, Carl said, his voice deep, his green eyes glinting, his hands reaching as he stepped from the shore, his tunic torn from years of flight. Our cloak. How? Johann followed, his smile flashing, his voice sharp, his hands brushing Emil's shoulder. She's ours. Look at her. Adelina's girl. Emil ran, his small frame trembling, his green eyes glistening, his arms wrapping her, his voice a sob. Sister, Liesel, you're real. She clung, her chestnut hair spilling, her tears falling, her green eyes tracing them. Karl's strength, Johann's wit, Friedrich's calm. 12, her brothers, lost and found. Your swans, she said, her voice breaking, her hands clutching the cloak, her heart a storm of love and grief. Marta told me, Mother's secret. I came. I had to. Carl knelt, his broad hands steady, his green eyes soft, his voice a rumble as he took her hands, the cloak a bridge between them. We're cursed, he said. Morwen, Father's witch, turned us, banished us, swans by day, men by moon. 12 years, Adelina hid us. But you? Johann grinned, his hands clapping, his voice bright. You're the spark, our sister, here. Emil held tighter, his small hands trembling, his voice a whisper. We missed you, didn't know you, thought you'd never come. Liesel wept, her small frame shaking, her green eyes tracing the Sem, her voice a chime through tears. I didn't know. Father, he did this? For me? Friedrich stepped forward, his gentle hands brushing her hair, his voice calm. Not you. His fear. A crown he couldn't share. Adelina saved us, sent us here, died with it breaking her. She nodded, her chestnut hair falling, her hands clutching the cloak, her voice firm. I'll save you. Break it. Tell me how. Carl's gaze darkened, his broad hands tightening, his green eyes steady, his voice low as he spoke, his brothers hushing. A price, he said. Morwen's curse. Only kin can break it. 6 years, 12 shirts, sewn from star flowers, forest blooms. Silent, no words, no laughter. Pain born us alone. If you falter, speak, laugh. We're swans forever. Liesel's breath caught, her green eyes wide, her small hands trembling, her voice a whisper. 6 years, silent, starflowers, alone? Johann knelt, his smile faint, his green eyes soft, his hands brushing hers. It's hard, he said. We've borne wings, You'd bear this. Don't if it's too much. Emil clung, his small frame shaking, his voice a sob. Don't hurt. Stay safe. Liesel, please. She shook her head, her chestnut hair swinging, her green eyes blazing, her voice a vow. No, she said. You're mine, my brother's. I'll do it. 6 years, 12 shirts. Silent. I'll save you. Carl rose, his broad hands steady, his green eyes glistening, his voice a rumble. Brave girl, he said. Like Adelina, stronger than us. Friedrich nodded, his gentle hands guiding, his voice calm. Starflowers, by the lake, bloom at dusk. Sharp they'll cut, gather them. So here, he led, his brothers following, to a hollow by the shore, a hut of twigs and moss, its roof a slant of leaves, his hands pointing. Our refuge, yours now. Stay, work, we'll watch, by moon. Liesel knelt, her small hands brushing the earth, her green eyes tracing the lake, her voice soft. Here, she said, I'll start tonight, silent for you. The moon waned, its silver dimming, its light fading, as dawn's blush crept over the mountains, and the brothers shimmered, their forms feathering, their arms stretching, white swans rising, their wings a thunder that broke the stillness, their honks a lament that echoed over the water. Wait for us, Carl's voice lingered, his swan neck arching, his green eyes glinting. Moonrise, sister, she stood, her brown cloak trailing, her feather cloak clutched, her chestnut hair catching the dawn, her green eyes steady as they flew. 12 swans, her brothers, a family found in a forest's heart. I'll wait, she whispered, her voice a vow, her small hands firm, her heart a flame no curse could douse. She turned, her boots sinking, her cloak brushing, her hands gathering starflowers, white, sharp, their petals a sting as she plucked, her lips sealed, her laughter stilled. A sister's work begun, a curse to break. The hut loomed, its twigs a shelter, its moss a bed, its air alive with the scent of lea and bloom. Her refuge, her forge, a place to weave 12 shirts, 6 years of silence, a love to mend 12 wings. She sat, her small hands bleeding, her green eyes bright, her needle threading, her thread a whisper, her heart a song no voice could sing. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its lake a mirror to 12 swans, its silence a canvas for a sister's vow. The castle slept, its stone a memory, its king a shadow, its halls a silence she'd left behind, its queen a whisper guiding her hands. Heinrich dreamed, his gray beard still, his blue eyes blind, his fear a chain she'd break, his sons a secret she'd reclaim. The dawn rose, its sun a witness, its light a promise. A girl in brown, a feather cloak, a journey poised to heal a family's wound. The forest wrapped Liesel in its deep embrace, its ancient pines standing as silent guardians around the small hut of twigs and moss where she'd made her home. A fragile shelter nestled by the lake's edge, its roof slanting beneath the weight of leaves, its walls a patchwork that held the wind at bay. 6 years had unfolded since that moonlit night when she'd vowed to save her 12 brothers, Karl, Johann, Friedrich, Wilhelm, Otto, Hans, Ludwig, Dieter, Klaus, Stefan, Paul, and Emil, cursed into swans by Morwen's spite and their father's fear. The seasons turned. Spring's bloom, summer's heat, autumn's gold, winter's frost, a relentless cycle that marked her silent labor, her small hands weaving a tapestry of sacrifice to break their chains. Liesel lived alone, her brown wool cloak now patched and frayed, her chestnut hair a wild cascade tied back with twine, her green eyes shadowed with exhaustion, but alight with a resolve no hardship could dim. Her days were a rhythm of starflowers, white blooms with petals sharp as thorns, gathered from the lake's shore at dusk, her hands bleeding as she plucked, her fingers raw as she sewed, her lips sealed in a silence she'd sworn to keep. 12 shirts took shape, 11 complete, their stitches tight and fine, their feathers woven from the bloom's soft hearts, each a promise to a brother, each a thread of love no curse could sever. The forest was her world, its pines whispering, its lake reflecting the moon's silver glow, its creatures her companions, squirrels chattering, deer watching as she worked by candlelight, her needle a flicker in the dark. She spoke not a word, her vow a wall, her laughter stilled, her green eyes tracing the stars as moons waxed and waned, her heart a song no voice could sing. The brothers came, full moons lighting their return, swans by day, men by night. Karl's steady gaze, Johann's quick smile, Emil's clinging hands. 12. Their voices a chorus of gratitude and grief as they watched her sew, their wings a burden she'd lift. Liesel, Karl would say, his broad hands gentle, his green eyes soft, his voice low. You're pale, rest, don't break for us. Johann would grin, his wit a spark, his hands brushing hers. You're tougher than steel, our little warrior. Emil would cling, his small frame trembling, his voice a whisper. Don't hurt, please, Liesel. We love you. She'd nod, her chestnut hair falling, her green eyes glistening, her hands stitching, her silence a shield, her love a flame that burned through pain, hunger, cold. Years carved their toll, her small hands calloused, her fingers scarred, starflower thorns cutting deep, their sting a price she paid without complaint. Hunger gnawed, bread gone, roots and berries her fare, her small frame thinning, her green eyes hollow but fierce. Loneliness pressed. 6 winters, 6 summers, her brothers' moonlit visits, her only warmth, their voices a balm to a silence that deafened her soul. 5 shirts, she'd think, her hands threading, her green eyes tracing, then 6, 7, 10, her vow a chain she'd never break, her love a fire no frost could quench. The 11th shirt lay finished, its stitches a dance of white, her small hands trembling as she began the 12th, its starflower pile a hope nearly grasped. 5 years turned to 6, her silence a fortress, her laughter a memory, her heart a beat for 12 swans, her brothers, her blood. The forest watched, its pines a chorus, its lake a mirror, its shadows a cradle for a sister's sacrifice, its dawn a promise she'd nearly won. That dawn broke with a rustle, a horse's whinny, a man's voice, its echo piercing the forest's hush. Liesel paused, her needle still, her green eyes wide, her small frame tensing as hoofbeats neared, her silence a shield she couldn't drop. A figure emerged, Prince Karl of a neighboring realm, his cloak green as the pines, his hair blond as wheat, his blue eyes bright with a hunter's gleam, his horse a chestnut steed, its reins loose as he dismounted, his voice a call. "Who's here?" he said, his hands resting on his sword, his gaze tracing the hut. "Show yourself." She stepped out, her brown cloak trailing, her chestnut hair wild, her small hands clutching the 12th shirt, her green eyes steady but mute. Karl's breath caught, his blue eyes widening, his hands dropping, his voice soft. "A girl, alone? Who are you?" She stared, her lips sealed, her green eyes glistening, her silence a wall, her vow a chain. He stepped closer, his cloak brushing the moss, his voice gentle. "No words, no fear. I mean no harm. Stay, I'll help." He returned. Days, then weeks. His horse tethered, his hands bringing bread, meat. His blue eyes tracing her work, her silence a riddle he couldn't solve. "You're strange," he'd say, his smile warm, his voice soft. "Beautiful, strong. What drives you?" She'd sew, her small hands steady, her green eyes soft, her heart stirring, her silence a shield he'd pierce with kindness. Love grew, his visits a light, her glances a spark, his blue eyes a promise, her green a trust, until he knelt, his hands taking hers, his voice firm. "Marry me, silent or not, I'll cherish you." She nodded, her chestnut hair falling, her green eyes glistening, her small hands trembling as he lifted her, her silence a vow she'd keep, her love a gift she'd share. The castle welcomed, its stone a haven, its king and its queen a cheer. Karl's parents beaming, their court a hum, until the dowager countess, his mother's sister, emerged, her black gown rustling, her gray eyes cold, her voice a hiss. "A mute, a witch. Beware, Karl, she'll curse us." Years passed, two in bliss. Karl's love a shield, Liesel's silence a fortress, her 12th shirt nearing its end, its stitches a dance of hope. A son came, his hair blonde, his eyes green, her heart swelling, her hands sewing. 6 years close, her brothers near, but the countess schemed, her gray eyes glinting, her voice a poison, her hands planting lies. Bones by the hearth, whispers of witchcraft, her spite a storm that broke the court. "She's cursed," she cried, her black gown a shadow, her words a blade. "A witch, burn her." Karl fought, his blue eyes blazing, his voice a roar, his hands shielding. "She's no witch, my wife, pure." But the court turned, lords nodding, priests chanting, fear a tide he couldn't stem. Liesel stood, her small frame steady, her green eyes calm, her silence a vow, her shirt clutched, her son in Carl's arms, her fate a fire she'd face. The pyre rose, its wood a tower, its flames a threat, her hands trembling, her 12th shirt one sleeve short, 6 years near, her brothers a breath away. The dawn broke, its sun a witness, its light a knife, her brown cloak shed, her white gown a shroud, her chestnut hair loose as they bound her, her green eyes tracing the sky. The Countess smirked, her gray eyes cold, her voice a hiss. Burn, witch! Carl roared, his hands restrained, his blue eyes wet. No, Liesel! The flames licked, its heat a sting, its smoke a veil, her silence a fortress, her shirt a hope, until wings thundered. 12 swans white as snow. Carl, Johann, Emil, her brothers diving, their honks a cry that broke the dawn. She threw, her small hands flinging, her green eyes blazing, 12 shirts soaring, their stitches a dance, 11 whole, 1 short, its sleeve a gap as they fell. The swans caught, feathers shedding, forms shifting, 11 men landing. Carl's strength, Johann's wit, Emil alone, his left arm a wing, his green eyes wide, his smile faint. Liesel saved us. The flames roared, its heat a wall. But Carl leapt, his broad hands breaking ropes, his voice a thunder. She's no witch, my sister, look! The court froze, lords gaping, priests stilling. Carl's cry, Johann's shout, Emil's wing, a truth no fire could burn. Liesel stood, her silence broken, her green eyes glistening, her voice a chime that rang through smoke. My brothers, cursed, saved, for love. The flames faltered, Carl's hands shielding, his blue eyes fierce, his voice a vow. She's mine, ours, free. The Countess shrieked, her gray eyes wide, her black gown a shadow, her lies a ash as the court turned, its cheers a tide that drowned her spite. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its lake a memory, its pines a chorus to a sister's sacrifice, a curse broken by her hands. The castle courtyard stood awash in the golden light of a breaking dawn, its gray stone walls softened by the sun's first rays, its air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the fading crackle of the pyre that had nearly claimed Liesel's life. The flames dwindled, their heat a fading sting, their embers a smoldering testament to her trial, its wooden stakes charred but unbowed, a scaffold of peril now stilled by the miracle that unfolded. Liesel stood at its heart, her white gown singed at the edges, her chestnut hair loose and wild, her green eyes glistening with a triumph forged through 6 years of silence and pain. Her small hands, scarred and steady, clutched the air where 12 shirts had flown, their stitches a dance of starflower and love that had shattered Morwen's curse. Around her stood 11 men, Karl, Johann, Friedrich, Wilhelm, Otto, Hans, Ludwig, Dieter, Klaus, Stefan, and Paul, their tunics torn from years of flight, their chestnut hair catching the dawn, their green eyes mirroring hers with a mix of awe and gratitude. Emil lingered beside them, his small frame trembling, his left arm a swan's wing still, its white feathers a stark contrast to the human hand that clutched her, his green eyes wide with a joy that broke her heart anew. Liesel, Carl said, his broad hands reaching, his voice a rumble that shook with relief. You did it. Freed us. 11 whole. A meal near. She nodded, her tears falling, her voice a chime that rang through the smoke. For you, all of you, my brothers. Prince Carl, her husband, stood at her side, his green cloak billowing, his blonde hair streaked with ash, his blue eyes blazing with a love that had defied the flames. His broad hands, still warm from breaking her bonds, held their son, a toddler with blonde curls and green eyes, his small frame clinging as he stared at the uncles he'd never known. Liesel, he said, his voice steady, his hands lifting her, his blue eyes glistening as he pulled her close. You're safe, my wife, my queen. She leaned into him, her chestnut hair falling, her green eyes soft, her voice a whisper through tears. And you, my shield, our son, our family. The courtyard hushed, the courtiers frozen, their silks and velvets a muted shimmer, lords gaping, ladies weeping, servants clutching hands as the truth unfolded. The dowager countess, her black gown a shadow, her gray eyes wide with a fury turned to fear, stood bound by guards, her hands trembling as her lies crumbled, her voice a hiss silenced by the sight of 11 men and a winged boy, a witch's tale undone by a sister's love. No, she shrieked, her black hair wild, her gray eyes darting. She's a witch! Burn her! But the court turned, its cheers rising, its hands clapping, a tide that drowned her spite, a kingdom awakened by a miracle no fire could deny. Carl, Liesel's eldest brother, stepped forward, his broad hands raised, his green eyes steady, his voice a thunder that broke the silence. She's no witch, he said. Our sister, Liesel, 6 years silent, sewing shirts, starflowers, blood, pain, to free us from Morwen's curse, father's curse. Johann grinned, his wit a spark, his hands clapping. She's tougher than us. 12 swans, 11 men. Emil's wing a badge of her fight. Emil clung, his small frame steady, his wing brushing her, his voice a whisper. Liesel, you saved us, I don't mind. Look. The guards released her, their hands dropping, their spears falling. Prince Carl's nod a command as he faced the court, his voice a vow. She's mine, ours, innocent, proven by blood and love. The courtiers knelt, lords bowing, ladies curtsying, their voices a chorus of awe and relief. Her white gown a banner, her chestnut hair a crown, her silence broken, her sacrifice a light that warmed the stone. The countess struggled, her gray eyes wild, her black gown a shroud, her voice a wail as guards dragged her away. Lies cursed, mine. But her fate was sealed, her treachery a shadow banished by a sister's truth. A horn sounded, its note piercing the dawn. its echo a call that drew eyes to the gates, where hoofbeats thundered. A rider, his cloak blue, his beard white, King Heinrich, his gray hair wild from the ride, his blue eyes wide with a dread that turned to disbelief. He dismounted, his broad frame trembling, his hands clutching reins, his voice a rumble as he saw them. 11 sons, a winged boy, a daughter he'd lost to silence. Liesel, he said, his gray beard shaking, his blue eyes glistening, his steps faltering as he crossed the courtyard, his crown a weight he'd borne too long. Father, Carl said, his broad hands steady, his green eyes sharp, his voice a thunder that broke the king's hush. She saved us. Your curse, Morwen's work, 6 years for us. Heinrich sank, his knees striking stone, his blue eyes wet, his hands reaching as Liesel stepped forward, her small frame a light he'd dimmed. My girl, he said, his voice breaking, his gray beard trembling, his tears a river as he took her hands, her scars a map of her love. My sons, I feared, I wronged you. Adelina, forgive me. Liesel knelt, her chestnut hair falling, her green eyes soft, her voice a chime that pierced his grief. I do, she said, for mother, for them, for us. Father, we're whole now. He wept, his broad hands clutching hers, his blue eyes searching, his voice a whisper. I broke us, your silence mended. My jewel, my boys. The brothers gathered, Karl's strength, Johann's wit, Emil's wing, 12, their hands on his shoulders, their green eyes a mirror to hers, forgiveness a thread that knit them tight, a family reborn from ash and tears. Prince Karl stepped forward, his green cloak steady, his blue eyes warm, his hands lifting their son as he faced Heinrich, his voice firm. She's mine, our queen, your sons, my brothers. Let us heal this land. Heinrich rose, his gray beard still, his blue eyes steady, his hands clasping Karl's, his voice a rumble. Yes, my crown, yours, hers, together. The court cheered, lords clapping, ladies weeping, servants raising voices as the castle glowed, its stone a witness to a curse undone, a family reclaimed. The kingdom celebrated, its gates flung wide, its fields a sea of flowers, roses red, lilies gold, its rivers a song as Liesel and Karl wed anew, her white gown a shimmer, his green cloak a banner, their son a spark between them, their vows a promise that echoed through the stone. Heinrich knelt, his gray beard bowed, his blue eyes bright, his crown laid at their feet, his voice a thunder. Rule, better than I, my sons, my girl, my pride. The 11 rebuilt, Karl's strength, Johann's wit, castles rising, fields blooming, Emil's wing, a badge he bore with a grin, his green eyes warm. Liesel's gift, I'll keep it. Hans and Fritz, returned from exile, their scorn a memory, watched, their blue and gray eyes dim, their voices silent, jealousy a shadow they'd flee, their path a road from the kingdom's light. Liesel spoke, her voice a chime, her green eyes bright, her hands weaving tales by the hearth. 12 brothers, swans, 6 years. Love broke it, families all. Carl held her, his blue eyes steady, his hands warm, his voice soft. My queen, my heart, our home. Their son grew, his blonde curls bouncing, his green eyes glinting, a prince of a kingdom reborn, its fields golden, its rivers clear. The forest stood, its pines a chorus, its lake a mirror, its shadows a memory of 12 swans, its silence a song of a sister's sacrifice. Heinrich aged, his gray beard white, his blue eyes soft, his hand steady as he watched, his sons a strength, his daughter a light, his regret a shadow lifted by love. The castle glowed, its stone a beacon, its roses a testament, a family healed, a curse undone, a tale etched into the land. And so they lived, happily, truly forever. Liesel's silence a song, her brother's wings a flight, 12 and 1, a family bound by a love that broke the dark, their happiness a chime that rang through the kingdom like swans across the sky. Story: The Seven Ravens. In a quiet village nestled deep within a sprawling forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, and the wind whispered secrets through their leaves, a modest cottage sat at the edge of a clearing. Its wooden walls were weathered by seasons of rain and sun. Its thatched roof sagged under the weight of time, and its chimney puffed thin trails of smoke that curled into the sky like a fragile prayer. The village itself was a humble place, its lanes lined with simple homes, its fields a patchwork of green and gold, its people bound by the rhythm of toil and the warmth of hearth fires. Here lived a woodcutter named Torin, his wife Mara, and their 7 sons, strong, boisterous lads, whose laughter once filled the air like the chime of bells. Torin was a broad man, his hands calloused from years of wielding an axe, his beard a tangle of dark brown streaked with gray, his hazel eyes sharp with the grit of a life carved from the forest. Mara was softer, her hair a cascade of chestnut waves, her green eyes gentle but weary, her hands deft from spinning wool and kneading dough. Their sons, Karl, Johann, Lucas, Finn, Emil, Thomas, and little Ben, were a lively brood, each a mirror of their father's strength, their voices a chorus that echoed through the trees as they hauled wood or raced along the river bank. The cottage rang with their shouts, their footsteps a drumbeat on its wooden floor, a family whole, a harmony unbroken by the shadows that lurked beyond. But harmony is fragile, and fate is a fickle weaver. One spring evening, as the sun dipped low and the forest glowed with the last light of day, Mara grew heavy with child, her 8th, a burden that strained her fading strength. The labor came hard, her cries piercing the cottage, her hands clutching torrents as the hours stretched into night. The village midwife shook her head, her hands trembling, her voice low. She's weak, too weak. Water from the holy well might save her. Torrens' hazel eyes darkened, his broad frame shaking, his voice a growl. Boys, go! Fetch it! Now! The 7 sons scrambled, Karl grabbing a bucket, Johann a flask, Lucas a jug, each racing out, their boots pounding the dirt, their shouts a tangle of haste and fear. Hurry! Finn called, his voice sharp, his hands fumbling. Emil and Tomas shoving past, Ben trailing with a small cup clutched tight. The well lay beyond the village, its stones moss-covered, its water said to bless the sick. A sprint through the dusk they'd made a dozen times. But haste breeds error. Their hands slipped, their buckets clashed, Carl's spilling, Johann's tipping, Lucas's jug cracking as they jostled, Ben's cup splashing to the ground, a chorus of curses breaking the quiet as the water soaked the earth. Torin waited, his hands clenching, his beard bristling, his hazel eyes tracing the path, his patience fraying with each tick of silence. Mara's cries grew faint, her green eyes dimming, her breath shallow, her hands loosening in his as the night deepened. The boys returned, empty-handed, mud-streaked. Carl's head bowed, Johann's voice a stammer. We dropped it. Fought. Sorry, Pa. Torin's face twisted, his hazel eyes blazing, his voice a roar that shook the cottage. Fools, useless fools. She's dying. Your mother. And you spill it? I wish you'd all turn to ravens and fly away. The air stilled, its hush a blade that cut the night. Torin's words, a spark that flared into a curse no man could call back. A wind rose, sharp, cold, its howl a scream that tore through the cottage, the forest, the sky. The boys froze, Carl's bucket clattering, Johann's flask slipping. 7 pairs of eyes wide as feathers sprouted, black, glossy, their arms stretching, their shouts turning to croaks. 7 ravens rising, their wings beating the air, their cries a wail that pierced the dusk as they flew. Out the window, into the forest, gone. Mara gasped, her green eyes fading, her mantle clutching air, her voice a whisper lost to the wind. My boys. She sank, her breath stilled, her chestnut hair spilling across the pillow. A mother broken by grief, a life snuffed by a curse's echo. Torin fell, his broad frame crumpling, his hazel eyes wet, his hands clawing the floor, his roar a sob that shook the stone. What have I done? The cottage hushed, its warmth a memory, its walls a tomb, a family shattered by words no axe could mend. In the cradle by the hearth lay Lena, the 8th child, a girl born in the storm's wake, her tiny hands clutching air, her green eyes, her mother's eyes, blinking at a world already shadowed. Torin named her, his voice a rasp, his hands trembling. Lena, light, my last light. He raised her, his broad frame bent, his hazel eyes dim. His son's a memory, his wife a ghost, his days of olive wood and silence, his nights a vigil by the fire, his curse a weight he couldn't lift. Lena grew, her chestnut hair a tangle that fell past her shoulders, her green eyes bright with a curiosity no sorrow could dim, her small frame wiry from climbing trees and chasing shadows, her voice a chime that broke the cottage's hush. She knew little of her brothers. 7 names whispered by the fire, 7 shapes lost to the wind. Her father's tales halting, his hazel eyes wet. They're gone, lass. My fault. Don't ask. The village spoke, its whispers a hum. 7 ravens, Torin's boys, cursed, flew off. Poor Lena, Alone, she felt them, 7 shadows in her dreams, 7 croaks on the wind, her heart a drumbeat no silence could still. They're out there, she'd murmur, her voice soft, her green eyes tracing the forest, her hands clutching a shirt Torin had sewn, its wool patched with love. My brothers, I'll find them. The years turned, her 16th spring dawning, her small frame steady, her resolve a fire that burned through doubt, a promise no curse could break. One dusk, as the sun sank and the forest glowed with amber light, Lena sat by the river, its waters a mirror to the sky, her hands brushing a pebble, her voice a hum, when an old woman approached, her shawl patched, her hair gray, her voice a rasp. Lena, she said, her eyes glinting, her hands clutching a basket. You seek them, your 7 brothers, don't you? Lena froze, her green eyes wide, her hands trembling, her voice a whisper. How'd you know? The woman smiled, her teeth crooked, her gaze sharp, her voice low. Village talks, 7 ravens, Torin's curse. I see your heart, girl. Lena stood, her chestnut hair catching the wind, her green eyes steady, her voice firm. They're alive, somewhere. I'll find them. Break it. The woman nodded, her shawl rustling, her hands digging, pulling a key from her basket, small, bone white, its tip etched with a star, her voice a whisper. They're on the glass mountain, far beyond fire and ice, sun, moon, stars will guide you. This key opens their cage, but courage alone frees them. She pressed it into Lena's hand, its bone cool, its weight a promise, her form fading into the dusk, her voice a thread. Oh, your heart knows. Lena clutched it, her hands steady, her green eyes blazing, her voice a vow. I'll go for them, for Ma, for Pa. She turned, her small frame darting to the cottage, her father by the fire, his hazel eyes dim, her hands grabbing his shirt, her mother's silver ring from a box, her voice soft. Pa, I'm leaving. Gotta find them. Bring them home. Torin's hands shook, his beard trembling, his voice a rasp. Lena, no, dangerous. Stay. She knelt, her green eyes meeting his, her hands on his, her voice firm. I have to. Sorry. They're my brothers. He wept, his broad frame slumping, his hazel eyes wet, his hands clutching hers. Go, light, bring them back. She rose, her shirt tied, her ring slipped on, her small frame steady as she stepped out, her boots on the path, her heart a drum, her voice a whisper. 7 ravens. I'm coming. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air olive with a tale poised to unfold. A girl, a curse, a journey born of love. The village slept, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed, its woodcutter a shadow by the fire, its daughter a spark that pierced the night. A quest begun, a family's sorrow a thread unwinding toward redemption. The village lay cloaked in the stillness of dawn, its thatched roofs silvered by the first light of day, its lanes hushed save for the soft creak of shutters and the distant crow of a rooster. The forest loomed beyond, a dark sea of pines and oaks, its shadows thick with secrets, its branches swaying in a breeze that carried the faint scent of moss and earth. At the edge of this border stood Lena, her small frame silhouetted against the rising sun, her chestnut hair tangled in a loose braid that fell past her shoulders, her green eyes glinting with a resolve that burned brighter than the dawn. She wore her father's patched woolen shirt, its sleeves rolled to her elbows, its hem brushing her knees, over a simple dress, her mother's silver ring gleaming on her finger, a small bone-white key tucked into a pouch at her waist. Lena's boots crunched on the gravel path as she stepped beyond the village's boundary, her hands clutching a modest bundle, bread, a flask of water, a flint, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. The cottage faded behind her, its weathered walls a memory, its hearth a flicker where Torrance sat, his hazel eyes wet with a father's grief, his broad frame bent by a curse he couldn't undo. 7 ravens, she whispered, her voice soft, her green eyes tracing the forest's edge, her breath fogging in the chill. I'm coming. Hold on. The words were a vow, a thread that tied her to the brothers she barely knew, a promise woven from a child's longing and a girl's courage. The forest swallowed her, its pines towering like sentinels, its paths winding through shadows that shifted with the sun's climb, its air alive with the rustle of leaves and the chirp of unseen birds. Lena walked, her small frame steady, her boots sinking into soft moss, her hands brushing ferns, her voice humming a tune her mother once sang, its notes a comfort against the vastness that pressed around her. Sun, moon, stars, she murmured, her green eyes tracing the canopy, her memory clinging to the old woman's words, a prophecy that lit her path. They'll lead me. Gotta trust them. The day stretched, its light piercing the trees to dapple the earth in gold and green, her steps a rhythm that matched her heartbeat, her bundle a weight she carried with care. She ate sparingly, tearing her bread, sipping her water, her hands steady as she sat by a stream, its waters clear and cold, its banks a cushion of moss where she rested. The forest was alive, squirrels darting, deer rustling through the underbrush, its sounds a chorus she welcomed, its quiet a companion she didn't fear. They're out there, she said, her voice soft, her green eyes tracing the sky. Carl, Johann, all of them, waiting. Dusk fell, a velvet curtain that dimmed the forest to shades of gray and silver, the moon rising full and bright, its glow spilling through the branches to guide her way. Lena paused, her small frame weary, her boots muddy, her hands sparking a fire with flint, its flames a flicker that warmed her as she sat, her bundle at her side, her key a cool weight against her hip. The silver ring gleamed, its band etched with a faint swirl, her mother's touch, and she clutched it, her green eyes glistening, her voice a whisper. Help me find them, please. The forest answered, a rustle in the shadows, a shuffle on the path, and she turned, her small hands tightening, her green eyes wide, as a figure emerged, an old woman, her shawl a patchwork of gray and brown, her hair a cascade of silver that shimmered in the moonlight, her eyes deep and twinkling, beneath a hood worn thin. Her hits clutched a staff, gnarled, steady, her voice a rasp that matched the wind's sigh. Lena, she said, her eyes glinting, her staff tapping the earth. You've come back, seeking your brothers, aren't you? Lena rose, her chestnut hair catching the firelight, her green eyes steady, her voice a mix of awe and wariness. How'd you know my name? Who are you? The old woman smiled, her teeth crooked, her gaze sharp, her hands resting on her staff as she stepped closer, her shawl rustling. I know many things, she said. Village whispers, 7 ravens, a father's curse, a girl's heart. I see you, child, clear as the moon. She paused, her eyes tracing Lena, her voice low. You've left home to find them. The glass mountain calls. Lena's breath caught, her hands trembling, her green eyes wide, her voice a whisper. You know where they are? The old woman nodded, her silver hair glinting, her staff tapping, her voice a thread that wove through the night. Ah, beyond fire and ice, 1,000 miles, 1,000 perils, the glass mountain, its peak a cage of stone and starlight. Your brothers wait there, bound by a curse no wind can lift. She stepped closer, her hands reaching into her shawl, pulling a small object, its bone-white surface etched with a star, her voice a rasp. This key, take it, unlocks their prison, but only courage opens the door. Lena's hands took it, its bone cool, its weight a promise, her green eyes tracing its star, her voice firm. The glass mountain, I'll go. Tell me how. The old woman's eyes twinkled, her staff glowing faintly, her voice a prophecy. 3 guides, sun, moon, sun, stars. Mark your path. Sun burns, moon chills, stars blind. 3 trials test your heart. Fire, ice, wind. Pass them, and you'll stand where ravens roost. She paused, her gaze sharp, her voice low. But beware, danger stalks. A shadow feeds the curse. Your love alone breaks it. Lena clutched the key, her small hands steady, her green eyes blazing, her voice a vow. I'll find them. Sun, moon, stars, fire, ice, wind. I'll face it all. The old woman smiled, her shawl rustling, her form fading, her voice a whisper on the wind. Go, child. Your heart leads. Trust it. She vanished, her staff a shimmer, her silver hair a thread, leaving Lena by the fire, its flames a flicker that matched her resolve. A girl armed with a key, a ring, a shirt, a quest begun with a prophecy's spark. She stood, her small frame steady, her chestnut hair catching the moonlight, her hands tucking the key into her pouch, her voice soft. 3 guides, 3 trials. I'll do it for them. The fire crackled, its warmth a comfort she'd leave, her bundle slung over her shoulder, her boots on the path, her green eyes tracing the stars, their silver a map no hand could draw. Carl, Johann, Lucas, she whispered, her voice a hum, her heart a drum. Finn, Emil, Thomas, Ben, I'm coming. Hold on. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive with a tale unfolding. A girl's steps a rhythm no curse could still. She walked, her boots steady, her cloak trailing. Its night a canvas for her quest, its stars a light that pierced her fear. The moon hung high, its glow a guide, its chill a promise. Her path north, toward mountains she couldn't see, toward brothers she couldn't hear. A journey perilous, a love unyielding. Days turned, her bread dwindling, her water sipped, her small frame weary but unbroken, her hands sparking fires, her voice humming, her green eyes tracing the sun by day, the moon by night, the stars at dusk. 3 guides, 3 trials, a prophecy her shield. The forest thinned, its trees parting, its shadows fading, its air growing sharp with a heat she couldn't name. A whisper of fire, a hint of ice, a test looming as the land shifted, its green yielding to a red haze that burned the horizon. She paused, her small hands steady, her chestnut hair whipping in the wind, her green eyes narrowing as she saw it. A land of ash and flame, its earth cracked, its sky ablaze. The Vungda Che, the first trial, a furnace no water could quench. On, she murmured, her voice soft, her hands clutching the key, its bone a comfort, its star a spark. You're first, I'll pass, for them. The forest fell behind, its pines a memory, its quiet a dream, her boots on ash, her heart a beat, a girl alone, a quest alive, a tale poised to test her light. The village slept, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed, its woodcutter a shadow by the fire, its daughter a flame that pierced the wild, a prophecy unfolding, a family's hope, a thread unwinding towards 7 ravens' wings. The forest's edge faded into a memory of green as Lena stepped into Vungta Chai, the burning land, its horizon a haze of red and gold where the sun blazed like a relentless forge, its heat a hammer that struck the cracked earth with merciless force. The air shimmered, hot and dry, stinging her lungs with each breath. It sent a mix of ash and scorched stone, its silence broken only by the faint crackle of unseen flames. Her small frame stood steady, her chestnut hair tied back in a braid, her green eyes squinting against the glare, her father's woolen shirt clinging to her sweat-soaked skin, her mother's silver ring glinting on her finger, the bone-white key a cool weight in her pouch. Son, she murmured, her voice soft, her hands shielding her face, her green eyes tracing the land ahead, its expanse a desert of blackened rock and smoldering embers, its shadows swallowed by a light that burned without mercy. The old woman's prophecy echoed in her mind. Sunburns, moon chills, stars blind, 3 trials, 3 guides, a path to the glass mountain where her brothers waited, trapped as ravens by a curse she'd sworn to break. First one, she said, her small hands tightening, her resolve a fire that matched the land's own. I'll pass, for them. She walked, her boots crunching ash, her cloak trailing, its wool a shield as she draped it over her head, its patched fabric a frail barrier against the heat that seared her skin. The sun bore down, its rays a weight that pressed her small frame, its glare a blade that pierced her eyes. Her breath shallow, her lips cracking as she sipped the last of her water, its flask a hollow shell she tucked away. Carl, Johann, she whispered, her voice hoarse, her green eyes fixed on the horizon. Lucas Finn, keep going. The names were a rhythm, her heart's beat, her small hands steady as she pressed on, her shadow at a flicker on the scorched earth. Hours blurred, her small frame swaying, her boots dragging, its heat a furnace that drained her strength, and its silence a void that swallowed her hum. The land stretched, endless, unbroken, its embers flaring as she stumbled, her knees buckling, her hands glowing ash as she fell. Can't stop, she gasped, her green eyes dimming, her chestnut hair matted, her hands pushing up, her resolve a spark that refused to fade. She rose, her small frame trembling, her cloak slipping, her voice a croak. Emile, Thomas, Ben, I'm coming. The sun sank, its fire softening to amber, its heat easing as dusk crept in, its glow a guide that led her to a ridge. Beyond it, a shimmer of green, a whisper of cool air. The trial's end. She crossed, her boots on grass, her small hands brushing dew, her green eyes white as the burning land faded, its ash a memory behind a forest reborn, its pines a chorus, its breeze a balm that cooled her burned skin. Past, she whispered, her voice soft, her chestnut hair falling loose, her small frame steady as she sank to the earth, her breath a sigh. Sun wound down. The moon rose, its silver light spilling through the trees, its glow a promise, its chill a warning. The second trial looming. As night claimed the sky, she rested, her small hands sparking a fire, her bread gone, her voice humming as she slept, her dreams a flutter of black wings. 7 ravens, 7 brothers, a call she couldn't hear. Dawn broke, its light soft, its air cold, her small frame rising as the forest thinned, its pines parting to reveal Thung Lung Mat Trung, the moonlit valley, its slopes a shimmer of frost, its shadows alive with eyes that glowed in the dusk. Moon, she murmured, her green eyes tracing the valley, its chill a blade that cut the air. Her voice steady, you're next, I'll pass, for them. She walked, her boots crunching frost, her cloak wrapped tight, its wool a shield as the cold bit her skin, its shadows deepening as beasts stirred. Wolves of ice, their fur white as snow, their eyes yellow slits that tracked her steps. They howled, low, guttural, its sound a chill that shook her bones, its echo a threat that circled her small frame. Stay back, she whispered, her maidens trembling, her green eyes wide, her voice rising as she hummed, her mother's tune, its notes a thread that wove through the frost. Carl, Johann, hear me. The wolves prowled, their claws scraping ice, their jaws gaping, 3 lunging, their growls a storm that broke the hush. Lena sang, her voice a chime, its melody a shield, its sound piercing their snarls, soothing their eyes. Yellow slits dimming, white fur stilling as they swayed, their howls fading to whines. Lucas Finn, she sang, her small hands steady, her green eyes bright, her tune a call that reached beyond the valley. Emile, Thomas, Ben, wait for me. The wolves sank, their bodies curling, their eyes closing, its pack a circle of sleep around her fire, her voice a power no ice could break. She crossed, her boots on frost, her cloak trailing, its valley a memory as beans rose again, its chill a whisper that faded with the moon, its silver a guide that led her to a ridge. Beyond it, a howl of wind, a shimmer of stars, the third trial looming as night deepened. Two down, she whispered, her voice soft, her chestnut hair wild, her small frame steady as she sank to rest, her fire a flicker. Moon passed for them. Days turned, her small frame weary, her bread long gone, her hands foraging berries, her voice humming, her green eyes tracing the stars, their silver a map as the land shifted, its frost yielding to stone, its air growing sharp with a hand that screamed. She reached Nui Jo Sao, the star-wind mountain, at dusk, its slopes a tower of rock and ice, its peak lost in a storm of wind and light, stars blazing, their glow a blind that burned her eyes, its howl a force that tore her cloak, its cold a blade that pierced her skin. Stars, she murmured, her green eyes squinting, her small hands shielding, her voice steady. Last one. I'll pass for them. She climbed, her boots slipping, her cloak whipping, its wind a storm that pushed her back, its stars ablaze that hid the path, her small frame swaying, her hands clawing rock, its howl a scream that drowned her hum. Can't see, she gasped, her chestnut hair wild, her green eyes dim, her hands fumbling as she fell, her knees bruising stone, its wind a whip that lashed her small frame. She rose, her small hands steady, her green eyes tracing a star, bright, steady, its light a thread through the storm. That one, she whispered, her voice a croak, her resolve a fire, her hands following its glow, its path a crack in the rock, her boots finding holds, her cloak tearing as she climbed, its wind a roar she defied, its stars a blind she pierced, step by step, beat by beat, her heart a drum. Carl, Johann, Lucas, Finn, Emil, Thomas, Ben, I'm here. The summit loomed, its rock a plateau, its wind a hush, its stars a canopy that parted as she stood, her small frame trembling, her chestnut hair wild, her green eyes wide as she saw it. The glass mountain, its peak a spire of crystal that gleamed in the dawn, its slopes smooth and sheer, its door a slab of stone, its vultures 7 black ravens perched, watching, their eyes a sorrow that matched her own. Brothers, she whispered, her voice breaking, her hands clutching the key, its bone a spark, its star a light. I found you. The forest stretched below, its shadows a memory, its trials a path, its air alive with a tale unfolding, a girl's courage, a family's hope, a journey poised to break a curse. The glass mountain loomed beneath a dawn sky, streaked with hues of rose and gold, its crystalline peak piercing the heavens, its slopes a shimmering expanse of smooth, unyielding glass that reflected the world below, forest, valley, and the endless trials Lena had crossed. She stood at its summit, her small frame silhouetted against the rising sun. her chestnut hair wild and tangled from wind and frost, her green eyes wide with a mix of awe and exhaustion. Her father's woolen shirt hung in tatters, its sleeves frayed, its hem torn. Her mother's silver ring gleamed on her finger, and the bone-white key clutched in her hand pulsed faintly, its star-etched tip, a promise that had guided her through fire, ice, and storm. Before her rose a massive stone door, its surface etched with runes that shimmered in the light, its edges sealed tight against the crystal, a barrier that guarded the heart of the mountain. Perched atop its jagged frame were 7 black ravens, their feathers glossy as midnight, their eyes deep and sorrowful, their croaks a low, mournful chorus that broke the summit's silence. Lena's breath caught, her small hands trembling, her green eyes glistening, her voice a whisper that carried the weight of 16 years. Carl, Johann, Lucas, she said, her names a litany, her heart a drum. Finn, Emil, Thomas, Ben, you're here. I've found you. The ravens stirred, their wings rustling, their heads tilting, 7 pairs of eyes locking with hers, their croaks softening to a sound she felt in her bones. A call, a cry, a brother's plea. She stepped closer, her boots crunching glass, her cloak trailing, its wind a faint whisper now, its trials a memory behind her resolve. I have come, she said, her voice steady, her small hands raising the key, its bone a beacon in the dawn. To free you. Hold on. The ravens croaked, low, urgent, their wings flapping as they circled the door, their shadows a dance on the crystal, a sign she couldn't misread. She approached, her small frame steady, her green eyes tracing the runes, her hands brushing the stone, its chill sting against her skin. A slot gleamed, small, star-shaped, its edges worn but precise. A lock for the key she'd carried through 1,000 miles. This is it, she murmured, her voice soft, her chestnut hair catching the light, her hands trembling as she lifted the key, its bone cool, its star a spark. Old woman said, courage opens it. I've got that. For you. She pressed it, its tip sliding into the lock, its fit a click that echoed through the summit. Her breath held, her heart pounding, a moment poised to break a curse. The door shuddered, its runes flaring, its stone grinding, its weight yielding as it swung inward, a groan that shook the mountain. A passage revealed, a cavern of shadow and silence beyond. Lena stepped through, her boots echoing, her cloak trailing, its air cold and still, its walls a shimmer of glass that reflected her small frame. A girl alone, a light in the dark. The cavern stretched, its ceiling lost to shadow, its floor a mirror of crystal, its heart a cage of iron, its bars thick and black. 7 ravens perched within, their feathers ruffled, their eyes a sorrow that pierced her soul. Brothers, she whispered, her voice breaking, her green eyes glistening, her small hands reaching as she ran, her boots slipping, her heart racing, a cry that broke the silence. Carl! Johann! The ravens croaked, low, mournful. 7 voices blending as they pressed against the bars, their wings flapping, their eyes glinting with a recognition she felt in her bones. Lena! The cage rattled, its iron groaning, 7 beaks tapping, 7 claws scraping, a plea she couldn't deny. She knelt, her small hands brushing the bars, her chestnut hair falling loose, her green eyes tracing them. 7 shapes, 7 souls, her voice soft. I'm here. I've got the key. I'll free you. A croak rose, sharp, urgent, Carl's voice, the eldest. Its tone a rasp she knew. Lena, little Lena, it's you. How? Johann's croak followed, low, steady. Years. Thought that you'd forgotten. Lucas's voice chimed. Quick, bright. You're grown. Brave. Finn's croak rang. High, eager. You came. Emil's voice hummed. Soft, warm. For us. Tomas's croak growled. Deep, firm. Strong girl. Ben's voice squeaked. Small, shrill. Says. Lena's tears fell, her small hands clutching the bars, her green eyes wet, her voice a sob. Never forgot. Dreamed of you. Heard you. Had to come. She pulled the key. Its bone a spark, its star alight, her hands trembling as she sought a lock, its slot small, iron bound, a fit she pressed, its click a thunder that broke the cavern's hush. The cage shuddered, its bars creaking, 7 ravens flapping, their croaks a chorus, its door poised to yield, but a voice rose, not theirs, not hers, a hiss that slithered from the shadows, low, cold, a venom that chilled her blood. Not yet, girl, not so easy. Lena froze, her small frame stiff, her green eyes wide, her hands clutching the key as a shadow stirred, its form a wisp, its eyes a gleam, a whisper of the witch who'd fed the curse. A price, it hissed, its voice a thread, its shadow coiling. Freedom demands sacrifice. Your flesh, your blood. Cut the smallest finger, left hand. Place it here, or they stay ravens. Forever. Lena's breath caught, her small hands trembling, her green eyes tracing the cage. 7 ravens. 7 brothers. Carl's croak a plea. No, Lena, don't. Johann's voice a growl. We'll bear it. Not you. Lucas's cry a wail. Too much. She shook her head, her chestnut hair wild, her voice steady, her hands pulling a small knife from her bundle, its blade a gleam. I have to. For you. For Ma. For Pa. I'll do it. Finn's croak broke. No, sis. Emil's voice sobbed. Stop. Tomas's growl roared. Enough. Ben's squeak wailed. Lena. She knelt, her small frame steady, her green eyes blazing, her voice a whisper. Love hurts. Gotta hurt to heal. She raised the knife, its blade cold, its edge sharp, her left hand steady as she pressed it to her smallest finger, her breath a gasp, her tears a flood. Its cut swift, its pain a beard that burned through her, a cry that broke the cavern, her blood a drop that stained the glass, her finger falling, small and pale, her hand clutching as she staggered, its sacrifice a spark that lit the lock. The cage flared, its iron glowing, its bars melting, 7 ravens rising, their wings a storm, its light a blaze that swallowed shadow, 7 forms shifting, feathers falling, flesh returning, 7 men, tall and strong, Carl's broad shoulders, Johann's steady gaze, Lucas's quick grin, Finn's eager stance, Emil's warm eyes, Thomas's firm jaw, Ben's small frame, 7 brothers alive, their voices a chorus. Lena! But wings remained, black, glossy, 7 pairs, a mark of the curse unbroken, its shadow lingering, its price half paid. She ran, her small hands reaching, her green eyes wet, her voice a sob. You're back! You're here! They caught her, Carl's arms broad, Johann's grip steady, 7 hands lifting, 7 voices blending. Sis, brave, foolish, thank you. Lucas's grin flashed, his voice quick. Look at you, grown. Finn's stance danced, his voice eager. You did it. Emil's eyes warmed, his voice soft. Hurt for us. Tomas's jaw set, his voice firm. Strong! Ben clung, his voice small. Sis! Lena held them, her small frame shaking, her chestnut hair tangled, her green eyes tracing, 7 faces, 7 wings, her voice a whisper. Not done. Wings. Curse isn't gone. I'll finish it. Carl's voice rasped, his hand on her shoulder. Enough. You've bled. Too much. Johann's gaze steadied, his voice low. We'll bear it. Don't hurt more. She shook her head, her small hands clutching, her green eyes blazing. No, I'll break it. All of it. For you. The cavern hushed, its glass a mirror, its light a dawn. 7 brothers, a sister's love, a sacrifice made, a curse half broken, a tale poised for its final stand. The cavern within the glass mountain glowed with the soft light of dawn, its crystalline walls reflecting the 7 brothers, Carl, Johann, Lucas, Finn, Emil, Thomas, and Ben, standing tall, their human forms restored, yet marked by the black, glossy wings that sprouted from their backs, a lingering shadow of the curse Torin had unwittingly cast. Lena knelt before them, her small frame trembling from the sacrifice of her left pinky finger, her chestnut hair wild and tangled, her green eyes glistening with a mix of joy and resolve. Blood stained the glass floor where her finger had fallen, its small, pale shape a silent testament to her courage, her right hand clutching the stump, her voice a whisper that broke the cavern's hush. I've got you back, but not all the way. These wings. I'll finish it. Carl stepped forward, his broad shoulders squared, his dark eyes steady, his voice a rasp that carried the weight of the eldest. No, Lena, enough. You've bled for us. Too much. Johann joined, his calm gaze firm, his hand on her shoulder, his tone low. We'll bear the wings, not your burden. Lucas grinned, his quick eyes glinting, his voice bright. You're a hero, sis. Stop now. Finn bounced, his eager stance swaying, his voice high. We're here. Good enough. Emil's warm eyes softened, his hand brushing hers, his voice gentle. Rest, little light. Tomas's firm jaw set, his growl deep. You've done it. Let it be. Ben clung, his small frame shaking, his squeak a plea. No more hurting, please. Lena shook her head, her chestnut hair falling loose, her green eyes blazing, her small hands steady as she rose, her voice firm despite the pain that throbbed in her hand. No, she said. I didn't come this far, through fire, ice, wind, for half a cure. I'll break it, all of it, for you, for Ma, for Pa. Her brothers fell silent, 7 pairs of eyes tracing her. Carl's rasp a sigh, Johann's gaze a nod, 7 wings rustling, 7 hearts bound by a sister's love. A resolve no plea could sway. The cavern stirred, a shimmer in the shadows, a rustle in the air, and she appeared, the old woman, her silver hair cascading beneath a patched shawl, her deep eyes twinkling, her staff tapping the glass, its thud a beat that matched Lena's pulse. Child, she said, her voice a rasp, her gaze sharp, her hand steady as she stepped closer. You've paid in blood. Courage opens the cage, but love breaks the curse. Fully, Lena's breath caught, her green eyes wide, her small hands clutching the silver ring, her voice a whisper. You, again, who are you? The old woman smiled, her shawl falling, her form shifting, her silver hair softening to chestnut waves, her deep eyes turning green, her face a mirror of Lena's, younger, radiant. Mara, her mother, a spirit unbound by death, her voice a melody that broke the cavern's chill. Lena, my light, my daughter, I've watched, guided, your heart led you here. Lena's tears fell, her small frame shaking, her green eyes wet, her voice a sob. Ma, you're here. How? Mara's hands brushed her, warm, fleeting, her voice soft. Death couldn't hold me, not from you, not from them. Your love called me. The brothers gasped. Carl's shoulders slumping, Johann's gaze widening, 7 voices blending. Lucas's grin broke, Finn's bounce stilled, Emil's warmth trembled, Tomas's growl softened, Ben's squeak rose, a chorus of sons, a mother's echo, a family fractured, now poised to mend. Mara turned, her green eyes tracing them, her voice a whisper. My boys, my ravens, your father's curse. I couldn't stop, but Lena will. A shadow coiled, dark, sharp, its hiss a venom that broke the warmth, a wisp of Morwen, the witch who'd fed Torin's words, her red eyes blazing from the cavern's depths, her voice a snarl. Not yours, mine, their wings, their curse. My speedy holds. Lena's small hands clenched, her green eyes blazing, her chestnut hair wild, her voice a roar. No, you took them. You won't keep them. Mara's hands steadied her, her silver ring flaring, her voice firm. The ring, my love, your courage. Use it, end her. Lena stepped forward, her small frame steady, her green eyes fixed, her right hand raising the ring, its silver a light that burned through shadow, her voice a chime. For my brothers, for my family, be gone. She threw it, its arc a streak, its light ablaze, its strike a thunder that pierced Morwen's wisp, her red eyes widening, her snarl a wail, its shadow shattering into ash that rained across the glass, its curse a scream that faded into silence, a witch undone, a spite erased. The cavern flared, its light a storm, 7 wings trembling, 7 forms shifting, feathers falling, black gloss dissolving, 7 men whole, Carl's shoulders broad, Johann's gaze calm, Lucas's grin quick, Finn's stance eager, Emil's eyes warm, Thomas's jaw firm, Ben's frame small, no wings, no curse, a family reborn. Lena ran, her small hands reaching, her green eyes wet, her voice a sob. You're free, all of you. They caught her, Carl's arms broad, Johann's grip steady, 7 hands lifting, 7 voices blending. Lena, sis, brave, light. Mara smiled, her chestnut hair glowing, her green eyes glistening, her moths brushing them, her voice a whisper. My children, whole, go home, live. She faded, her form dissolving, her light a warmth, her love a thread that tied them still. A mother's spirit, a curse's end. Lena clutched them, her small frame steady, her chestnut hair wild, her voice soft. Home, for Pa, for us. The brothers nodded, Carl's rasp firm. Together, Johann's voice calm. Always, 7 vows, 7 hearts, a family remade. The glass mountain stood, its crystal a mirror, its door a path, its summit a stretch as they descended. Lena leading, her small frame steady, her brothers behind, their steps a rhythm. Carl's broad stride, Johann's calm pace. 7 men, 7 sons, a journey's end. The forest parted, its pines whispering, its air alive, the village looming, its roofs silver in the dusk, its lanes hushed, its hearths a flicker, a home they'd lost, a hope they'd reclaim. Torrin sat by the cottage fire, his broad frame bent, his hazel eyes dim, his hands clutching an axe, his beard gray with years of grief, his voice a rasp. Lena, gone, my boys, lost. The door creaked, its hinges groaning, his head lifting, his eyes widening. Lena stepping through, her chestnut hair wild, her green eyes bright, her small frame steady as she smiled. Pa, I'm back, and they're with me. 7 men followed, Carl's broad shoulders, Johann's calm gaze. 7 sons, alive. Torrin's breath caught, his hands dropping, his hazel eyes wet, his voice a sob. Boys, Lena, how? They ran, Carl's arms lifting, Johann's grip steady, 7 hands reaching, 7 voices blending. Pa! Torin fell, his broad frame shaking, his beard trembling, his hands clutching them. My sons, my girl, forgive me. Lena knelt, her small hands on his, her green eyes soft, her voice firm. We're whole. Ma helped. Curse is gone. He wept, his hazel eyes wet, his broad frame steady, his voice a whisper. Light, my light, you brought them back. The village stirred, its roofs aglow, its lanes alive, heads poking from windows, hands clapping, whispers turning to cheers. 7 ravens. Back! Lena did it. The cottage warmed, its hearth at a blaze, its walls a haven. Torin's laughter, Carl's rasp, 7 voices, 1 girl, a family reunited, a curse undone. Days stretched, Lena's small frame steady, her chestnut hair tamed, her green eyes bright as she sat by the fire, her brothers around, their hands mending, Carl chopping, Johann carving, 7 lives remade, a sister's love alight. The glass mountain faded, its crystal a memory, its summit a tale, its witch a shadow, its curse a whisper, a story told by firelight, Lena's name a song. She walked through fire, ice, wind, cut her hand, freed them. Brave girl. Torin smiled, his hazel eyes warm, his broad frame steady, his voice soft. My light, my pride. She smiled, her green eyes bright, her small hands steady, her voice a chime. For them, for us, worth it. And so they lived, happy, whole, forever. 7 brothers, a sister's courage, a father's peace, a family bound by love, a village lit by a tale, a light eternal, a curse broken by a girl's small hand. Story, Little Thumb, in a quaint village nestled deep within the embrace of a sprawling forest, where the trees stood tall and thick, like guardians of ancient secrets, and the wind whispered through their branches with a voice both wild and tender. Life unfolded in a quiet rhythm, shaped by the seasons. The village was a humble cluster of cottages, wooden walls, weathered by rain and sun, thatched roofs, sagging under moss and time, each a home to families who worked the land with calloused hands and warmed their hearths with stories passed down through generations. A narrow stream wound through its heart, its waters glistening like a thread of silver under the sun, its banks lined with wildflowers that swayed in the breeze. A gentle beauty amid the rugged simplicity. At the village's edge, where the forest's shadow fell darkest, stood a modest cottage, its walls of rough-hewn logs, its roof patched with straw, its chimney puffing thin wisps of smoke that curled into the sky like a sigh. Here lived Hans, a woodcutter with hands broad and scarred from years of wielding an axe, his beard a thicket of chestnut streaked with gray, his blue eyes sharp with the resilience of a man who'd carved a life from the wild. Beside him was Marta, his wife, her hair a cascade of auburn waves tied loosely with a faded ribbon, her hazel eyes warm but weary, her hands deft from spinning wool and kneading dough. Together they had built a home, simple, sturdy, a refuge against the forest's vastness, a haven they longed to fill with the laughter of children. But the years had been unkind. Season after season, their cottage remained silent, its hearth warmed only by the crackle of logs, its walls untouched by the patter of small feet. Hans would sit by the fire, his axe resting, his blue eyes dim, his voice a gruff murmur. No bairns, Marta, no legacy. What's a man's work for? Marta would spin, her hands steady, her hazel eyes glistening, her voice soft. Patience, love. Hope's not lost. Someday, maybe. They prayed, quiet pleas whispered to the night, their hands clasped under the stars, yearning for a child to call their own, a spark to light their shadowed days. One crisp autumn night, as the leaves blazed red and gold, and the sky glittered with a canopy of stars, Hans and Marta sat beneath the open window, its shutters creaking, its breeze cool, their hands entwined, their voices a whisper to the heavens. Please, Hans rasped, his beard trembling, his blue eyes wet. A child, any child, to love, to raise, give us that. Marta nodded, her auburn hair falling, her hazel eyes shining, her voice a plea, small or big, strong or weak. Just one, please. The stars twinkled, their light a promise, their silence a breath, and the wind carried their words, a thread that wove into the night's vast tapestry. A shimmer broke the dark, a glow soft and silver, its form a figure drifting through the window, her gown a cascade of stardust, her hair a veil of moonlight, her eyes deep and twinkling like the heavens themselves. Hans and Marta froze, his broad frame stiff, her hands clutching, their voices a gasp. Who? What? The figure smiled, her presence a warmth that filled the cottage, her voice a melody that danced with the wind. I am a fairy. Your prayers reached me. Your hearts are true. A child you'll have, small but mighty. Love him well. She waved, her hands a sparkle, her light a flare, its glow sinking into Marta's womb, her form fading, her voice a whisper. Name him Tom, thumb for his size, treasure his spark. The fairy vanished, her light a memory, her promise a pulse. Hans's blue eyes wide, his voice a rumble. A child. Marta, did you hear? Marta's hazel eyes glistened, her hands trembling, her voice a sob. Yes, almighty, ours, thank you. The night settled, its stars a witness, its hush a cradle, hope a flame that burned anew, a cottage poised for a miracle. Months turned, winter's chill yielding to spring's bloom, Marta's belly swelling, her hands steady as she spun, Hans's axe swinging, his blue eyes bright, their voices a hum of joy no forest could silence. One dawn, as the sun pierced the trees and the stream sang with new life, Marta's cries broke the quiet, her hands clutching Hans, her hazel eyes dim, her labor swift, her breath a gasp. The village midwife rushed, her hands deft, her voice low. Quick, small, here he comes. A cry rose, tiny, shrill, its sound a spark that lit the cottage. A boy, no bigger than a thumb, his skin pink, his hair a wisp of chestnut, his green eyes, Marta's eyes, blinking at a world too vast. Hans lifted him, his broad hands trembling, his blue eyes wet, his voice a whisper. Tom, Thumb, my lad, look at him, small, mighty. Marta smiled, her auburn hair spilling, her hazel eyes warm, her hands brushing, her voice soft. Our spark, our light, Tom Thumb, beautiful. The midwife gaped, her cat steady, her voice a gasp. Tiny, yet whole, a fairy's gift. Bless you. They cradled him, his small frame a wonder, his cry a song, a child no bigger than a digit, a miracle born of starlight and prayer. Tom grew, not in size, but in spirit, his small frame steady, his chestnut hair a tuft, his green eyes bright with a wit no one could dim. He spoke, his voice a chime, high and clear, his hands deft despite their scale, his mind a flicker that danced through the cottage. Pa, Ma, look, he'd call, his small hands tossing crumbs, his green eyes glinting, his grin a light that broke their gloom. Hans carved, his broad hands steady, a cradle small, a bed of wood, his blue eyes warm. My lad, small, smart, worth more than gold. Marta sewed, her hands trembling, a shirt of thread, a cap of wool, her hazel eyes soft. My spark, my joy, Tom Thumb, ours. The village buzzed, its roofs aglow, its lanes a hum, heads turning at the miller's son, his sighs a marvel, his voice a chime. Thumb, Hans's boy, fairy born. Children peered, hands pointing, voices high. Tiny, look, play with us. Elders nodded, hands steady, voices low, small yet sharp, blessing that. Tom sat, his small frame perched, his green eyes bright, his voice a hum. Funny folks? Nice. Pa, Ma, happy now? But poverty lingered, its shadow a weight no fairy could lift. Hans's axe dulled, Marta's wool thin, its hearth a flicker too weak to warm. Can't feed him, Hans grumbled, his broad frame bent, his blue eyes dim, his voice a rasp. Spoil, yet eats, wood's scarce, works slow. Marta sighed, her auburn hair falling, her hazel eyes wet, her voice soft. He's ours, Hans. Small, smart, we'll manage, somehow. Tom heard, his small frame still, his green eyes sharp, his voice a chime. I'll help, Pa, Ma. Don't worry, smart's enough. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive with a tale poised to unfold. A boy small, a heart big, a spark born of stars, a trial waiting to test his light. The village slept, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed, Hans chopping, Marta spinning, Tom by the hearth, his hands still. A fairy's gift, a family's hope, a journey born of a thumb's small frame. The river flowed, its silver a gleam, its willows a sway, its dawn a promise, its hush a cradle, a tale of Tom Thumb, a legacy small yet mighty, a spark poised to shine through shadow. The forest stretched wide and wild beyond the village, its towering pines casting long shadows across the earth, its underbrush a tangle of ferns and thorns that rustled with the secrets of the wild. The air was thick with the scent of damp moss and pine needles, its quiet broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft murmur of the stream that wound through the hamlet. In the modest cottage at the village's edge, the hearth flickered with a faint glow, its logs crackling, its warmth a fragile shield against the chill of an early autumn night. Hans sat by the fire, his broad hands resting on his knees, his chestnut beard streaked with gray, his blue eyes dim with the weight of a woodcutter's toil. Marta knelt beside him, her auburn hair tied back, her hazel eyes soft as she darned a shirt, her hands steady despite the weariness that lined her face. Tom Thumb, perched on the edge of a wooden spoon, laid across the hearth, his tiny frame no bigger than a thumb, his chestnut hair a tuft that caught the firelight, his green eyes bright with a curiosity that never dimmed. His small shirt, sewn by Marta from a scrap of wool, hung loose, and his voice chimed high and clear as he swung his legs, his hands clutching a crumb of bread. Pa, tell me about the forest, he said, his green eyes glinting, his grin wide, his voice a melody that broke the cottage's hush. Big trees, wolves, bears. What's out there? Hans grunted, his broad frame shifting, his blue eyes flicking to Tom, his voice a low rumble. Big, wild, dangerous lad. Wood's all I need. Keeps us warm, fed, barely. Marta smiled, her hands pausing, her hazel eyes warm, her voice soft. Don't scare him, Hans. He's small, smart, curious. Let him dream. When Tom's grin widened, his small hands tossing the crumb, his voice a chime. Smart. Yep. Want to see it? Take me tomorrow, please. Hans sighed, his beard bristling, his hands clenching, his voice gruff. Fine. Tomorrow. Stay close. Small like you. Trouble finds easy. Dawn broke, a pale light piercing the forest's canopy, its air crisp as Hans slung his axe over his shoulder, his boots crunching on the gravel path. Tom tucked in his shirt pocket, his tiny frame jostling, his green eyes wide with a grin that matched the sun. Big trees, he chirped, his small hands gripping the wool, his voice a hum, his head poking out as Hans trudged, its forest a maze of pine and shadow, its quiet a canvas for a woodcutter's work. Hans felled, his axe swinging, its thud a rhythm, logs peeling as Tom watched, his green eyes tracing, his voice a chime. Strong, look, tall one. The forest stirred, a rustle in the underbrush, a snap of twigs, Hans's axe pausing, his blue eyes narrowing, his voice a growl. Quiet, Tom. What's that? Two figures emerged, broad and rough, Brutus and grim, thieves clad in patched cloaks, their hands scarred, their eyes glinting with greed, Brutus's beard a black tangle, Grim's grin a slash of yellow teeth. their voices a snarl. Well, woodcutter, working hard. What's this? Their gaze fell. Tom's tiny frame, his chestnut hair a tuft, Brutus's laugh a boom, a mite, look, grim, small as a bug. Grim's eyes gleamed, his hands twitching, his voice sly. Small, rare, circuses pay, gold for that, grab him. Hans spun, his broad frame stiff, his axe raised, his voice a roar. Back, touch my boy, die. Brutus lunged, his club swinging, its thud a crack. Hans stumbling, his axe falling, Grim darting, his hands snatching. Tom's yelp a chime. Help! His tiny frame caught, his green eyes wide, his voice a cry. Let go! Hans roared, his blue eyes blazing, his hands clawing. Brutus's club a wall. Stay, woodcutter, or he's mush. Grim stuffed. Tom into a birdcage, its bars rusted, its door slamming, his tiny hands gripping, his green eyes sharp, his voice a whisper. I'll get out. Don't worry. Hans fell, his broad frame shaking, his blue eyes wet, his voice a sob. No, my lad. The thieves fled. Brutus's laugh a boom, Grim's a grin a slash, its cage swinging, its forest a blur. Tom's small frame jolting, his heart a thud, a boy caught, a family torn, a danger no size could hide. The cage swayed, its bars cold, its rust a grit. Tom's tiny hands tracing, his green eyes glinting, his voice a hum. Smart, gotta be. Funny men, dumb, watch me. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive with a tale unfolding. Brutus and Grim trudging, its path winding to a camp, logs piled, a fire crackling. Its thieves, a pair of greed no gold could sate. Circus'll pay, Brutus rumbled, his hands clutching, his beard bristling, his voice a growl. Tiny, free, gold aplenty. Grim's grin widened, his hands twirling a knife, his voice sly. Sleep, sell, rich, easy. Tom sat, his small frame still, his chestnut hair a tuft, his green eyes sharp as he watched. Brutus snoring, Grim nodding, its fire a flicker, its camp a hush, his hands fumbling, a straw thin and dry, his voice a whisper. Key, smart, out. He gripped, his tiny hands steady, its straw a tool, its tip a pick, his fingers twisting, its lock a click, its bars yielding, its door creaking, his small frame slipping, his boots a patter on the earth, his grin a spark. Funny men, dumb, by. The forest stretched, its shadows a cloak, its pines a shield. Tom darting, his tiny frame swift, his green eyes tracing, its path a maze, its stars a guide, his voice a hum. Pa, ma, home, smart, gotta be. He ran, his small hands steady, his chestnut hair whipping, its night a canvas, its air a breath, his heart a drum. Karl, Johann, no, wrong tale. Hans, Ma, wait. The thieves stirred. Brutus's growl. Where's he? Grimm's snarl. Gone, might find him. Its camp a chaos, its fire a flare. Tom's small frame gone, his escape a spark, a boy free, a danger dodged. The village loomed, its roof silver, its lanes hushed. Hans by the cottage, his broad frame bent, his blue eyes wet, his voice a rasp. Tom, my lad, gone, my fault. Marta knelt, her auburn hair falling, her hazel eyes dim, her hands clutching, her voice a sob. Smart, small, he'll come. Wait. The door creaked, its hinges groaning. Tom's small frame darting, his chestnut hair a tuft, his green eyes bright, his voice a chime. Back. Funny men, dumb. I got out. Hans's hands lifted, his blue eyes wide, his beard trembling, his voice a roar. Tom, lad, alive. Marta's hands caught, her hazel eyes wet, her voice a sob. My spark, my light, how? Tom stood, his tiny frame steady, his green eyes glinting, his voice a hum. Smart, straw, luck, ran, funny men, wanted gold, circus, dumb, me, smart. Hans laughed, his broad frame shaking, his blue eyes warm, his voice a rumble. My lad, small, mighty, worth more than gold. Marta hugged, her hands trembling, her voice soft. My Tom, safe, clever, ours. The hearth glowed, its warmth a shield, its cottage a haven, a family whole, a danger past, a tale poised for more. The thieves growled, its camp a shadow, its fire a flicker, Brutus's voice a snarl. He's gone. Might gold lost. Grimm's grin twisted, his knife gleaming, his voice sly. Back, we'll take. Woodcutters all, pay for this. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive with a tale unfolding. Tom's small frame, his big heart, a spark poised to guard, a danger poised to strike. The village slept, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed. Hans chopping, Marta spinning, Tom by the hearth, his hands still. A fairy's gift, a family's hope, a trial won, a tale growing with a thumb's small light. The village nestled quietly at the forest's edge, its thatched roofs silvered by the faint light of a crescent moon, its cobblestone lanes hushed save for the soft gurgle of the stream that wound through its heart. The cottage at the village's fringe stood warm against the night, its wooden walls glowing with the flicker of a hearth fire, its chimney puffing thin wisps of smoke that curled into the cool air. Inside, Hans sat on a stool by the fire, his broad hands resting on his axe, his chestnut beard streaked with gray, his blue eyes still shadowed with the fear of losing Tom earlier that day. Marta knelt beside him, her auburn hair tied back, her hazel eyes soft as she darned a sock, her hand steady despite the tremble that lingered from the thieves' threat. Tom Thumb perched on the edge of a wooden spoon laid across the hearth, his tiny frame no bigger than a thumb, his chestnut hair a tuft that caught the firelight, his green eyes glinting with a mixture of pride and restless curiosity. His small woolen shirt, stitched by Marta, was smudged with dirt from his escape, and his voice chimed high and clear as he swung his legs, his hands clutching a crumb of bread. Pa, Ma, I got out. Funny men, dumb, smart me, he said, his green eyes bright, his grin wide, his voice a melody that broke the cottage's quiet tension. Hans grunted, his broad frame shifting, his blue eyes softening, his voice a low rumble. Aye, lad. Smart, small, mighty, scared me half to death. Those rogues, Brutus, grim, dangerous. Marta's hands paused, her hazel eyes glistening, her voice soft. Too close, Tom. Too close. Stay near. Safe. Please. Tom's grin faltered, his small hands steady, his green eyes sharp, his voice a chime. Safe. Yep. But funny men. Mad. Said they'd come back. Gotta watch. Smart me. Help ba, ma. Hans's beard bristled, his hands clenching the axe, his blue eyes darkening, his voice gruff. Back. Thieves. Curse him. Steal my lad. My all? Won't let him. Marta's hands trembled, her auburn hair falling, her voice a whisper. Poor, nothing to take. But you, Tom, precious, stay close, please. And Tom nodded, his tiny frame still, his green eyes glinting, his voice firm. Close? Yep. Smart. Watch. Funny men. Dumb. Me. Fix it. The hearth crackled, its warmth a shield, its cottage a haven. A family united, a danger lurking, a tale poised for a twist. The next dawn broke, a pale light piercing the forest's canopy, its air crisp as Hans slung his axe over his shoulder, his boots crunching on the path. Tom tucked in his shirt pocket, his tiny frame jostling, his green eyes wide with a grin that matched the sun. More wood, Pa, he chirped, his small hands gripping the wool, his voice a hum, his head poking out as Hans trudged, its forest a maze of pine and shadow, its quiet a canvas for a woodcutter's work. Hans felled, his axe swinging, its thud a rhythm. Logs piling as Tom watched, his green eyes tracing, his voice a chime. Big one. Ba. Strong. The forest stirred, a rustle in the leaves, a tremor in the earth. Hans's axe pausing, his blue eyes narrowing, his voice a growl. Tom, quiet. What's that? A shadow loomed, massive, broad, its form a giant, Grendel, his skin gray as stone, his eyes dull as mud, his hands clutching a club, his voice a rumble. Wood, mine, cutter, give. Hans spun, his broad frame stiff, his axe raised, his voice a roar. Back, my wood, my lad. Whoa. Grendel laughed, his club swinging, its thud a quake. Hans stumbling, his axe falling, Tom's yelp a chime. Watch! The giant lunged, his hands snatching, Hans dodging, Tom tumbling, his tiny frame falling, his green eyes wide, his voice a cry. But no! Its fall a drop into a bowl, its broth a steam, Grendel's supper, a cauldron of soup, its heat a sting, its splash a gulp. Tom swallowed, his small frame sinking, its dark a cave, its churn a roar, his voice a squeak. Oh, funny, big, inside, Hans roared, his blue eyes blazing, his hands clawing. Tom, my lad, no. Grendel's laugh boomed, his club thudding, his voice a growl. Gone, Cutter, mine now, go. Tom tumbled, his tiny frame spinning, his chestnut hair wet, his green eyes sharp in the giant's belly, its walls a sum, its air a stench, his voice a hum. Funny place, big, dumb, smart me, out. He felt his small hands tracing, its flesh a mush, its rumble a quake, his nails a tool, his voice a whisper. Scratch, smart, funny giant, feel this. He clawed, his tiny hands digging, its walls a tickle, its growl a groan, his voice a shout. Hey, big, let me out. Hurts! Grendel staggered, his gray hands clutching, his mud eyes wide, his voice a bellow. Ow! What? Inside? Burns! He coughed, his throat a heave, its broth a churn. Tom's small frame rising, his green eyes glinting, his voice a chime. Up, funny giant, dumb, out. Grendel retched, his hands pounding, its mouth agape. Tom flung, his tiny frame flying, its air a rush, his boots a patter, his grin a spark. Free, huh, funny belly, dumb. He landed, his small frame tumbling, his chestnut hair dripping, his green eyes tracing. Grendel's lair, its cave a hollow, its fire ablaze, its giant groaning, his gray hands clutching, his voice a moan. Tiny, hurt, go, take, leave. Tom stood, his tiny frame steady, his green eyes sharp, his voice a hum. Funny giant, dumb, sorry, smart me, gold. His small hands darted, its pouch a gleam. Grendel's coin, gold, round, his fingers snatching, his voice a chime. Thanks, big, bye. He ran, his small frame swift, his chestnut hair whipping, its forest a maze, its stars a guide, his voice a hum. But, gold, smart me, Grendel roared, his gray hands flailing, its cave a bellow. Tiny, thief, gone, his stomp a quake. Tom's small frame gone, its escape a spark. A boy small, a giant fooled, a treasure won. The village loomed, its roof silver, its lanes hushed. Hans by the cottage, his broad frame bent, his blue eyes wet, his voice a rasp. Tom, lad, gone, again. My fault. Marta knelt, her auburn hair falling, her hazel eyes dim, her hands clutching, her voice a sob. Smart, he'll come. Wait, please. The door creaked, its hinges groaning, Tom's small frame darting, his chestnut hair wet, his green eyes bright, his voice a chime. Put my back, funny giant, dumb gold. Hans's hands lifted, his blue eyes wide, his beard trembling, his voice a roar. Tom, lad, alive again. Marta's hands caught, her hazel eyes wet, her voice a sob. My spark, my light, how? Tom stood, his tiny frame steady, his green eyes glinting, his small hands raising, its coin a gleam, his voice a hum. Funny giant, ate me, dumb, scratched, out, took this, smart me, gold, for pa, ma. Hans laughed, his broad frame shaking, his blue eyes warm, his voice a rumble. My lad, small, mighty, gold, worth more than wood. Marta hugged, her hands trembling, her voice soft. My Tom, safe, clever, ours, gold. Rest now. The hearth glowed, its warmth a shield, its cottage a haven, its gold a spark, a family safe, a danger past, a tale poised for more. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive with whispers, Brutus and Grim lurking, its camp a flicker, Brutus's growl. Gold, gone. We'll take a doll. Grim's grin. Aye, woodcutter's hoard. Soon, its thieves a threat. Tom's small frame, his big heart, a spark poised to guard, a tail growing with a thumb's small light. The village slept, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed. Hans chopping, Marta spinning, Tom by the hearth, his hands still. A fairy's gift, a family's hope, a trial won, a danger looming, a legacy small yet mighty. The village lay cloaked in the stillness of twilight, its thatched roof silvered by the faint glow of a waning moon, its cobblestone lanes hushed, save for the soft ripple of the stream that wound through its heart. The forest loomed beyond, a dark curtain of pines and shadows, its branches swaying in a breeze that carried the faint scent of pine and damp earth. At the village's edge, the cottage stood warm against the encroaching night, its wooden walls aglow with the flicker of a hearth fire, its chimney puffing wisps of smoke that curled into the cool air like a quiet breath. Inside, Hans sat by the fire, his broad hands resting on his axe, his chestnut beard streaked with gray, his blue eyes sharp with the vigilance born of recent fears. Marta knelt beside him, her auburn hair tied back, her hazel eyes soft as she mended a sock, her hands steady despite the worry that lingered in their tremble. Tom Thumb perched on the edge of a wooden spoon laid across the hearth, his tiny frame no bigger than a thumb, his chestnut hair a tuft that caught the firelight, his green eyes glinting with a restless mix of pride and caution, his small woolen shirt smudged with dirt from his adventures, was patched where Marta had stitched it, and his voice chimed high and clear as he swung his legs, his hands clutching a crumb of bread. But, gold's good. Funny giant. Dumb. Smart me, he said, his green eyes bright, his grin wide, his voice a melody that broke the cottage's tense quiet. Hans grunted, his broad frame shifting, his blue eyes narrowing, his voice a low rumble. Aye, lad. Gold helps. Wood sells. Food's on. But those rogues, Brutus, Grim, heard 'em swear. Comin' back. Danger's not gone. Marta's hands paused, her hazel eyes glistening, her voice soft. Too close, Tom. Too many times. Stay near, safe, please. Tom's grin faltered, his small hands steady, his green eyes sharp, his voice a chime. Safe. Yep. But funny men. Mad. Gold gone. Back for us. Smart me. Fix it. Hans's beard bristled, his hands clenching the axe, his blue eyes darkening, his voice gruff. Back. Thieves. Curse him. Steal my lad. My gold. Won't let him. Axel talk. Marta's hands trembled, her auburn hair falling, her voice a whisper. Poor, still poor, but you, Tom, precious, stay close, please. Tom nodded, his tiny frame still, his green eyes glinting, his voice firm. Close. Yep. Smart. Watch. Funny men. Dumb. Me. Trap him. The hearth crackled, its warmth a shield, its cottage a haven, a family united, a danger looming, a tale poised for a stand. Night deepened, its moon a sliver, its stars faint, the forest stirring with shadows that moved too purposefully to be wind. Brutus and Grim crept, broad and rough, their patched cloaks blending with the dark, their hands scarred, their eyes glinting with greed. Brutus's black beard a tangle, Grim's yellow teeth a slash, its whispers a snarl. Might, gold, gone, woodcutter us all, take it, pay him back. Grim's knife gleamed, his grin twisted, his voice sly. Aye, house, goods, boy, rich now, ours. They neared, its cottage aglow, its quiet allure, their boots silent, their plan a theft, its threat a storm no axe alone could fend. Tom heard, his tiny ears sharp, his green eyes glinting, his small frame darting, his voice a whisper. Uh, funny men, here, smart me, trap. Hans rose, his broad frame stiff, his axe raised, his blue eyes blazing, his voice a growl. Where, lad? Show me. Marta's hands clutched, her hazel eyes wide, her voice a gasp. Tom, no. Hide, please. Tom leapt, his small frame swift, his chestnut hair a tuft, his voice a chime. Oh, smart. Watch. Funny men. Dumb me. Fix. He darted, his tiny boots a patter, its floor a stage, his small hands grabbing, breadcrumbs, a handful, his voice a hum. Trail, smart, lead 'em. Wolves, funny men. By. He slipped, its window a crack, his small frame squeezing, its night a cloak, his green eyes sharp, its crumbs a path, his hands sprinkling, its trail a lure to the forest, its wolves a howl, its dark a trap no thief could see. Brutus sniffed, his black beard bristling, his eyes glinting, his voice a growl. Bread might. There, go! Grim's grin widened, his knife twirling, his voice sly. I, dumb, easy, gold. They followed, its crumbs a line, its forest a maze. Tom's small frame darting, his voice a whisper. Wolves, smart me, funny men, dumb. The trail curved, its path a twist, its pines parting, its den a shadow, wolves stirring, white fur, yellow eyes, its howl a thunder, Brutus's growl. What? Wolves! Grim's snarl. Run, might, tricked. They fled, its paws a chase, its teeth a snap, its forest a storm, Tom's small frame safe, its trap a spark, his grin a light. Funny men, dumb, wolves, by. They returned, its camp a flicker, Brutus's beard torn, Grim's cloak ripped, its eyes blazing, his growl. Might, wolves, gold. House, now. Grim's grin twisted, his knife gleaming, his voice, oh. I, woodcutter. Tonight, the cottage loomed, its hearth aglow. Tom's small frame back, his green eyes sharp, his voice a chime. Ma, funny men, mad back, smart me, trap again. Hans's hands gripped, his blue eyes fierce, his voice a roar. Show, lad, axe, ready. Marta's hands steadied, her hazel eyes firm, her voice soft. Clever, Tom, safe, please. Tom darted, his tiny frame swift, its roof the stage, his small hands weaving, thread, a spool, its web a net, his voice a hum. Good, smart, funny men, dumb, catch. He climbed, its beams a path, his green eyes glinting, his hands tying, its net a snare, Hans's rope, his broad hands knotting, Marta's thread, her hands threading, its trap a weave, its cottage a fortress, Tom's voice a chime. Pa, ma, ready, funny men, here. The door creaked, its hinges groaning, Brutus's growl. Open, gold, now, Grim snarl. Ours, unswung, his axe a flash, its thud a block, Brutus's club a clash, its fight a roar. Tom leapt, his small frame darting, its net a drop, his voice a shout. Now, ba, ma, pull. Hans yanked, his broad hands fierce. Marta tugged, her hazel eyes sharp, its net a snare. Brutus caught, his black beard tangled, Grim trapped, his knife falling, its shouts a din. No, might, curse. Tom stood, his tiny frame steady, his green eyes bright, his voice a chime. Funny men, dumb, smart me, Caught. The village stirred, its roofs aglow. Chief summoned, his staff a thud, its guards a march. Hans's voice. Thieves. Caught. Tom. Lad. Marta S. sob. Safe. Clever. The chief nodded, his hands steady, his voice firm. Brutus. Grim. Scourge. Gone. Gold. Yours. Reward. Brave might. Its coin a pile, its weight a lift. Hans's blue eyes warm, his broad frame steady, his voice a rumble. Tom, lad, gold, ours, safe. Marta's hands hugged, her hazel eyes bright, her voice soft. My spark, my light, home, safe. The forest hushed, its shadows vast, Brutus and Grim bound, its camp a memory, its threat a tale. Tom's small frame, his big heart, a spark that guarded, a danger snuffed, its tale a victory, a family whole. The village glowed, its roof silver, its lamps alive. Hans chopping, Marta spinning, Tom by the hearth, his hands still. A fairy's gift, a family's shield, a trial won, a tale poised to shine with a thumb's small light. The village awoke to a dawn bathed in golden light, its thatched roofs glistening with morning dew, its cobblestone lanes shimmering as the first rays of sun pierced the forest's canopy. The stream wound through its heart, its waters sparkling like a ribbon of silver, its gentle murmur blending with the chirp of waking birds and the rustle of leaves in a breeze that carried the scent of pine and earth. The cottage at the village's edge stood proud, its wooden walls freshly patched with new logs, its thatched roof repaired with golden straw, its chimney puffing hardy plumes of smoke that rose into the crisp air like a banner of newfound hope. Inside, the hearth blazed with a vigor it hadn't known in years, its logs crackling, its flames casting a warm glow across the room, its light dancing on the faces of Hans and Marta, who sat together, their hands steady with a peace long absent. Hans leaned back in a sturdy chair, his broad frame relaxed, his chestnut beard streaked with gray, now softened by a rare smile, his blue eyes bright with the pride that shone through the weariness of a woodcutter's life. Marta sat beside him, her auburn hair tied loosely with a ribbon, her hazel eyes warm and clear, her hands resting from their endless toil, her voice a soft hum as she stitched a tiny cap from a scrap of blue wool. Tom Thumb perched on a small wooden table crafted by Hans, his tiny frame no bigger than a thumb, his chestnut hair a tuft that caught the firelight, his green eyes glinting with a quiet satisfaction that belied his size. His woolen shirt, freshly mended by Marta, fit snugly, its patches a testament to love rather than poverty, and his voice chimed high and clear as he swung his legs, his small hands clutching a crumb of bread. Bah, ma, funny men, gone, gold, good, smart me, he said, his green eyes bright, his grin wide, his voice a melody that filled the cottage with a joy no shadow could dim. Hans chuckled, his broad hands resting, his blue eyes warm, his voice a low rumble. I, lad, smart, small mighty, trapped him, gold's ours, wood sells, food aplenty, proud Tom. Marta's hands paused, her hazel eyes glistening, her voice soft. My spark, my light, safe, clever, gold or no, you're our treasure, always. Tom's grin widened, his small hands tossing the crumb, his voice a chime. Treasure. Yep. Smart me? Funny men. Dumb. Ba. Ma. Happy. Good. The hearth glowed, its warmth a shield, its cottage a haven, a family whole, a danger vanquished, a tale poised for peace, the gold coin from Grendel's pouch, and the chief's reward, a small sack of coins earned for capturing Brutus and Grim, had lifted the shadow of poverty that had long plagued Hans and Marta. Hans had traded his broad hand steady for a new axe, sharp and gleaming, its blade cutting wood with ease, its yield piling high, logs sold to the village, its coins a steady flow, bread, meat, wool aplenty, its hearth a feast no winter could starve. Marta had bought, her hazel eyes bright, a spinning wheel, its whir a song, wool turned to thread, thread to cloth, its warmth a blanket no cold could pierce. Tom sat, his tiny frame steady, his green eyes tracing, its cottage new, walls patched, roof firm, a bed small, carved by Hans, its wood a cradle, its size a fit, his voice a hum. Nice. Pa. Ma. Funny men. Gone. Smart me. Good. Hans smiled, his broad frame leaning, his blue eyes glinting, his voice a rumble. Lad, small, mighty, saved us. Gold. Home. Proud. My Tom. Marta's hands brushed, her auburn hair falling, her voice soft. My spark, my light, safe, clever, ours, always. Tom Thumb, blessing. The village buzzed, its roofs aglow, its lanes alive, heads turning at the woodcutter's son. His sighs a marvel, his deeds a song. Tom, Thumb, trapped thieves, smart, small, hero. Children ran, hands clapping, voices high. Tiny, Tom, play, tell, wolves, giant. Elders nodded, hands steady, voices low, small, sharp, saved, gold, blessing that. Tom stood, his tiny frame perched, his green eyes bright, his voice a chime. Funny folks, nice, pa, ma, happy, smart me, help. Days stretched, Hans chopped, his broad hands firm, his axe a flash, its wood a pile, logs sold, coins earned, its trade a lift, bread baked, meat roasted, its hearth a feast. Marta spun, her hands deft, her wheel a hum, wool woven, cloth sewn, its blankets warm, its cottage aglow. Love a thread no toil could fray. Tom worked, his tiny frame swift, its hands a marvel, fixing, guiding, its size a gift, locks mended, paths found, its village a hum. Tom, small, smart, helps, the forest stretched, its shadows vast, Brutus and grim gone, its camp a ruin, its thieves a tale, Tom's traps, wolves, net, its victory a spark, his small frame, his big heart, a shield no danger could break, Hans built, his broad hands steady, a shed, new, its wood a store, logs piled, its gold a fund, its cottage a home, its family a light, Marta crafted, her hands warm, a coat small, blue wool, its fit a hug, Tom's grin a chime. Nice, ma, funny coat, smart me, good. The village chief came, his staff a thud, its voice firm. Tom, lad, small, mighty, saved us, thieves gone, gold yours, hero, its coin a gift, its weight a lift. Hans's blue eyes warm, lad, ours, proud, gold, home, Marta's hazel eyes bright. My spark, safe, clever, ours, always. Tom stood, his tiny frame steady, its green eyes glinting, his voice a chime. Funny folks, nice. Pa, ma, happy. Smart me. Good. Years turned. Tom grew. Not tall but wise. His tiny frame a marvel. Its hands a gift. Its green eyes sharp. Its voice a chime. Villagers called. Locks broke. Paths lost. Tom fixed. Tom found. Its village aglow. Tom, thumb, smart, small, ours. Hans aged, his broad frame bent, its blue eyes warm, his voice a rumble. Lad, mighty, mine, proud, always. Marta smiled, her auburn hair gray, its hazel eyes soft, her voice a hum. My spark, my light, ours forever. Tom Thumb, blessing, the cottage stood, its walls firm, new, a corner small, Tom's bed, wood carved, its size a fit, its hearth aglow, Hans chopped, Marta spun, Tom helped, its family a light, its gold a lift, its love a thread, its tale a song. Tom, thumb, small, mighty, smart, saved, gold, home, the village sang, its roofs aglow, children played, elders told. Tiny, Tom, wolves, giant, thieves, smart, small, hero, its legacy a spark, its name a chime, a boy small, a heart big, a tale etched in a village's glow. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive. Tom's small frame, its big heart, a fairy's gift, its trials won, its family whole, its village lit. A tale of Tom Thumb, small yet mighty, its legacy a light no shadow could dim. The river flowed, its silver a gleam, its willows a sway, its dawn a promise, its hush a cradle. Tom by the hearth, his tiny frame steady, Hans's pride, Marta's love, its tale a song, small, smart, mighty, ours, forever, a family happy, its peace eternal, a thumb's small light, a village's star, story, Puss in Boots, in a quiet hamlet nestled along the gentle curve of a serene river, where the water sparkled like molten silver under the midday sun, and the wind hummed softly through the fields of golden wheat. Life unfolded with the steady rhythm of seasons past. The village was a modest cluster of homes, wooden cottages with thatched roofs, their chimneys puffing wisps of smoke that danced into the crisp air, each a testament to the toil of hands that worked the land, milled the grain, and wove the fabric of a simple existence. The river ran through its heart, its banks lined with willows that dipped their branches low, its flow a constant song that lulled the villagers to sleep each night. At the village's edge stood a mill, an old structure of weathered stone and creaking wood, its wheel groaning as it turned with the river's gentle push, its walls sagging under the weight of years. Here lived an sieging miller named Wilhelm, a man whose hands bore the scars of a lifetime grinding flour, whose gray hair hung in wisps beneath a tattered cap, whose blue eyes, once sharp, now dimmed with the weariness of age. With him were his three sons, Hans, Fritz, and Emil, each a thread in the frayed tapestry of his life, each a hope for a legacy he'd leave behind. Hans was the eldest, a broad-shouldered man with a shock of blonde hair cropped short, his blue eyes sharp with a cunning that gleamed like polished steel, his hands deft with tools and quick with trade. He was the pride of the mill, his voice a boom that commanded the wheel, his grin a charm that won the merchant's favor. Fritz, the middle son, was leaner, his brown curls a tangle that framed a face etched with mischief, his gray eyes keen with a wit that danced like the river's ripples, his fingers nimble with a knife or a bargain. And then there was Emil, the youngest, a lanky lad with dark hair that fell into his hazel eyes, his face soft with a gentle smile, his hands clumsy with anything sharper than a spoon. Emil was the odd one, quiet where his brothers roared, slow where they raced, his steps a shuffle that stirred the dust, his words a mumble that drew sighs from Hans and Fritz. Thick as mud, Hans would mutter, his blue eyes rolling, his hands spinning the millstone, his tone sharp with disdain. Daft as a duck, Fritz would add, his gray eyes glinting, his curls bouncing as he sharpened a blade, his voice a jeer that cut through the mill's hum. Wilhelm watched, his gray hair thinning, his blue eyes dim, his voice gruff with a father's frustration. Useless boy, can't mill, can't trade, good for nothing but dreaming. Yet Emil dreamed, his hazel eyes tracing the river, his hands fumbling with sticks he'd whittle into shapes no one understood, his heart a quiet flame that flickered through the mill's gloom. He'd sit by the water, his boots off, his toes brushing the cool flow, his voice humming a tune no one taught, his smile soft with a kindness no scorn could snuff. River's pretty, he'd murmur, his hands tossing pebbles, his hazel eyes bright. Go somewhere. Maybe I will too. The mill spun, its wheel groaning, its flour dusting, its rhythm a life he didn't fit, a legacy he didn't grasp. One autumn dusk, as the leaves turned gold and red, and the river glowed with the last light of day, Wilhelm fell ill, his breath a rasp, his hands trembling, his blue eyes fading as fever took hold. The village healer shook her head, her hands steady, her voice low. He's weak, worn, little time left. The suns gathered, Hans's shoulders stiff, Fritz's curl still, Emil's hazel eyes wet as they knelt by the bed, Wilhelm's voice a whisper. My boys, my mill, divided, fairly, live well. He sank, his breath stilled, his gray hair spilling, his hands cold as the river claimed his song. A father gone, a legacy left. The village mourned, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed, its mill silent as the sun stood by the hearth. Hans's voice sharp, Fritz's tone sly, Emil's hands fumbling as they shared their father's will. The mill's mine, Hans said, his blue eyes glinting, his hands claiming, his voice firm. Eldest gets the best, grind the grain, keep the trade, I'll thrive. Fritz nodded, his gray eyes keen, his curls bouncing, his voice quick. The donkey's mine, seconds fair, haul the sacks, make my way, I'll manage. Emil blinked, his hazel eyes wide, his hands empty, his voice slow. What's for me? Hans smirked, his hands spinning a coin, his tone sharp. The cat, puss, father's pet, mangy thing, suits you. Fritz laughed, his knife flashing, his voice sly. Catch mice. Good luck with that, Emil. Thirds scraps. Emil's gaze dropped, his hands brushing the floor, his hazel eyes dim, his voice soft. A cat, puss, guess that's it. The brothers parted, Hans to the mill, Fritz to the barn, Emil to the hearth, his hands reaching as puss. A gray toll with a sleek coat, padded over, his eyes a sharp gold, his tail a flick, his presence a comfort no one saw. Poor me, Emil murmured, his hands stroking puss, his hazel eyes wet, his voice slow. Mill's gone, donkey's gone, just you. Can't eat a cat, can't live on scratches. Puss purred, his gold eyes glinting, his tail curling, his voice a rumble, low and warm. Don't fret, master. Poor's not forever. Give me boots and a sack. I'll make you rich. Emil froze, his hands stalling, his hazel eyes wide, his voice a gasp. You talk? Puss leapt, his paws steady, his eyes sharp, his voice firm. I talk, I think, I plan. Trust me, Emil. Boots and a sack, that's all I need. Emil gaped, his small frame shaking, his chestnut hair falling, his voice slow. A talking cat? Father never said, boots, sack, rich. He paused, his hazel eyes tracing puss, his hands fumbling as he stood. Guess I'll try. Don't know how. But you're smart, Puss. The mill was quiet, its wheel still, its flour dust settling, Hans grinding, Fritz hauling, a meal alone with a cat no one knew, a marvel he couldn't grasp. He rummaged, his hands digging through a chest, his father's tools, his mother's scraps, a scrap of leather, tough and worn, his voice soft. Boots, gotta make hem, only this left. He worked, his hands clumsy, his hazel eyes focused, his knife cutting, his thread stitching, hours stretching as the hearth flickered. A pair of boots, small and rough, gray leather, patched but firm, his grin wide. Done, Puss. Fit you? Puss slipped them on, his paws steady, his gold eyes glinting, his voice a purr. Perfect, master, now the sack. Emil grabbed, his hands fumbling, a burlap bag, frayed but whole, his voice slow. Here, old one. Good enough? Puss took it, his tail flicking, his boots clicking, his voice firm. Good enough. Watch me, Emil. I'll turn scraps to gold. Trust your Puss. He leapt, his gray form darting, his boots a thud, out the door into the dusk, his gold eyes a spark, his plan a mystery. A cat with boots, a boy with hope, a tale poised to unfold. Emil sat, his small frame steady, his chestnut hair falling, his hazel eyes tracing the river, its silver a dream, its flow a promise, his voice soft. Rich, Puss says, guess I'll wait. Funny cat, talks, smart, fathered laugh. The village slept, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed, Hans grinding, Fritz hauling, Emil by the hearth, his hands idle, a simpleton, a cat, a legacy begun, a journey born of a purr, a pair of boots, a sack of burlap. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive with a tale unfolding, a miller's son, a cat's wit, a spark poised to light a kingdom's tale. The village lay hushed beneath a sky streaked with the last hues of dusk, its thatched roofs casting long shadows across the cobblestone lanes, its river shimmering like a ribbon of silver in the fading light. The mill stood silent at its edge, its wheel still, its stone walls a gray silhouette against the forest beyond, its air thick with the scent of flower and damp earth. Emil sat by the hearth inside the cottage, his lanky frame slumped on a stool, his dark hair falling into his hazel eyes, his hands idle as he traced the worn wood with a finger. His father's shirt hung loose on his shoulders, its patches a patchwork of a life now past, and his boots rested by the door, muddy, scuffed, a testament to a day spent dreaming rather than doing. Outside, the night deepened, its stars winking through the pines, its breeze a whisper that stirred the leaves. And Puss, the gray tomcat, stood poised at the threshold, his newly crafted boots gleaming faintly in the lantern glow. The leather, rough and patched, was a gift from Emil's clumsy hands, stitched from the last scraps of Wilhelm's hoard. Their fit snug around Puss's paws, their soles firm against the earth. A burlap sack hung over his shoulder, frayed but sturdy, its emptiness a promise of schemes yet to unfold. His gold eyes glinted with a beautiful sharpness no village cat should possess, His tail flicked with purpose, and his voice rumbled low, a purr laced with cunning. Time to work, master. Boots and sack, that's my start. Watch Puss turn nothing into gold. Emil tilted his head, his hazel eyes blinking, his grin soft, his voice slow as he scratched his neck. Work. Puss, you're a cat. How's boots and a sack make me rich? Puss leapt, his boots clicking on the wooden floor, his gray fur sleek as he paced, his voice firm. Trust me, Emil, not a cat your chance. I'll weave a tale, spin a fortune. You sit, dream, I'll do. Emil's grin widened, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes bright, his voice a hum. Guess so. Funny cat, smart. Go on then. Puss nodded, his gold eyes flashing, his tail curling, his boots a thud as he darted out, his form a gray streak against the dusk, his plan a spark no simpleton could fathom. The forest stretched beyond the village, its pines towering, its paths winding through shadows deep and cool, its air alive with the rustle of leaves and the snap of twigs. Puss prowled, his boots steady, his sack swinging, his gold eyes tracing the underbrush, his ears twitching at the scurry of prey. First step, he murmured, his voice a purr, his tail flicking, his paws silent as he stalked. A hunter, not for mice, but for a kingdom's gaze. A rabbit darted, its fur brown, its eyes wide, its leap a blur as Puss pounced, his boots a flash, his claws a snag, its squeak silenced as he tucked it into the sack, its weight a prize for a king. He hunted, his gray form weaving, his boots clicking, 2 partridges next, their feathers a rustle, their wings a flap, his paws swift, his sack filling, its burlap bulging with game no village cat could claim. Fit for a lord, he said, his gold eyes glinting, his voice a rumble, his tail curling as he turned, his path not to the cottage, but to the castle, its white stone towers rising beyond the river, its banners of blue and gold agleam in the night. A seat of power, a stage for his scheme. The castle stood atop a hill, its walls a fortress, its gates oak and iron, its guards in blue tunics, their spears glinting as they paced, its air alive with the hum of a court at rest. Puss approached, his boots clicking, his sack slung, his gray fur sleek as he slipped past, his gold eyes sharp, his voice a purr. Open, Puss brings gifts for the king. The guards blinked, their spears tilting, their voices gruff. A cat in boots? What trickery's this? Puss stood, his tail high, his eyes glinting, his voice firm. No trick. Gifts from my master, the Marquis of Carabas. For King Heinrich, let me pass. The guards laughed, their hands clapping, their voices a hoot. A marquis, with a cat for herald. In with you, mad beast. The gates creaked, its oak yielding, Puss striding through, his boots a thud, his sack a weight, his gray form a shadow in the courtyard, its stones smooth, its lanterns aglow, its air alive with whispers as servants peeked, courtiers stirred, heads turning at a cat in boots, a sack of game, a marvel no one could place. The great hall stretched, its walls hung with tapestries of hunts and battles, its long table laden with remnants of a feast, its air warm with the scent of roasted meat and wine. King Heinrich sat on his throne, his beard a cascade of gray, his blue eyes sharp with a hunter's gleam, his crown a gleam atop a head bowed by rule, his voice a rumble. Who dares this hour? Queen Elsa stood beside, her silver hair braided, her gray eyes soft, her hands clasped as she watched their daughter, Princess Elsa, golden hair spilling, green eyes bright, perched by a window, her gaze lost to the night. Puss bowed, his boots clicking, his tail curling, his gold eyes glinting as he raised the sack, his voice a purr. Your Majesty, gifts from my master, the Marquis of Carabas, game from his vast lands, rabbit, partridge, fit for a king's table. Heinrich's blue eyes widened, his beard bristling, his hands clapping, his voice a boom. A Marquis, Carabas? Never heard. Fine catch. Where's his land? Puss stood, his gray fur sleek, his eyes sharp, his voice smooth. Far, rich, forests deep. My master hunts, sends tribute, honors you must. The court hummed, servants whispering, courtiers nodding, heads turning as Heinrich took the sack, his hands lifting rabbit, partridge, his blue eyes glinting. Fine indeed, plump, well hunted. Tell this Carabas, he's welcome. Bring more. Puss bowed, his boots a click, his tail a flick, his voice a purr. He'll be pleased. More will come. Your favor, sire. He turned, his gray form slipping, his boots a thud as he left, his gold eyes glinting, his plan a thread, its weave begun, its tail a sark. The river flowed, its silver a gleam, its willows a sway. Emil by its bank, his lanky frame sprawled, his dark hair falling, his hazel eyes tracing the stars, his voice a hum. But, funny cat, boots in a sack, where'd he go? The night stretched, its air cool, its hush a cradle, his hands tossing pebbles, his grin soft, a simpleton dreaming, a cat scheming, his world a ripple no mill could hold. Puss returned, his boots clicking, his gray fur sleek, his gold eyes glinting as he leapt to Emil's side, his voice a purr. Step one, master. Done. King Heinrich knows the Marquis of Carabas. Game's his. More tomorrow. Trust Puss. Emil blinked, his hazel eyes wide, his grin faltering, his voice slow. Marquis? Who? Me? Puss? What's that? Puss sat, his tail curling, his eyes sharp, his voice firm. You? Emil. Marcus now. Rich soon. Sleep. Puss works. Boots and sack. That's my way. Emil scratched, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes bright, his voice a hum. Guess so. Funny name. Carabas. Rich. Puss, you're smart. Go on then. He lay, his lanky frame curling, his cloak a blanket, his dreams a drift of rivers and gold. A simpleton, a cat, a tale unfolding with each purr, each click of boots. The village slept, its roofs dark, its lanes hushed, Hans grinding, Fritz hauling, Emil by the river, his hands still, a legacy born, a fortune spun, a spark poised to light a kingdom's crown. The forest stretched, its shadows vast, its pines a chorus, its air alive with a tale weaving, a miller's son, a cat's wit, a scheme begun with a sack of game, a pair of boots, a name no king could place. The village awoke to a dawn, painted in hues of rose and amber, its thatched roofs glistening with dew, its river shimmering like a silver thread beneath the rising sun. The mill creaked at its edge, its wheel turning slowly, its stone walls echoing with the grind of Hans's labor, while Fritz's donkey brayed from the barn, its hooves kicking straw in a rhythm of restless work. Emil sat by the river bank, his lanky frame sprawled on the grass, his dark hair falling into his hazel eyes, his hands tossing pebbles into the water with a lazy plop. His father's patched shirt hung loose, its wool worn thin from days of idle dreaming, his boots muddy beside him, his grin soft as he hummed a tune no one taught, a simpleton untouched by the schemes brewing beyond his sight. Puss emerged from the forest, his gray fur sleek, his leather boots clicking on the path, his gold eyes glinting with a sharpness that belied his feline form, his burlap sack slung over his shoulder, now empty but heavy with purpose. The night's hunt had been a triumph. Rabbit and partridge delivered to King Heinrich, the name Marquis of Carabas planted like a seed in the royal mind, and Puss's tail flicked with the satisfaction of a plan taking root. "Morning, master," he purred, his voice low and warm, his boots steady as he approached, his gold eyes tracing Emil's idle form. Step one sown, game to the king. Now step two blooms, wealth beyond the mill. Emil tilted his head, his hazel eyes blinking, his grin widening, his voice slow as he scratched his neck. Wealth? Puss? You got rabbits, king liked 'em. How's that more? Puss leapt, his boots clicking on a stone, his tail curling, his voice firm. Not rabbits, riches, land, gold, a castle. Trust Puss, Emil, I'll make you a lord. Marquis of Carabas needs a domain. Emil's grin faltered, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes bright, his voice a hum. Castle? Me? Funny cat. Go on then, do your trick. Puss nodded, his gold eyes flashing, his boots a thud, his gray form darting back to the forest, its pines a curtain, its shadows a stage, his plan a thread weaving tighter with each step. First, the land, he murmured, his voice a purr, his tail flicking, his boots clicking as he ventured deeper, its paths winding past the village, beyond the river, toward a domain no simpleton could claim, a prize guarded by a terror no man dared face. The forest stretched, its air thick with pine and moss, its quiet broken by the rustle of leaves as Puss approached a realm darker than the village's edge. A vast estate, its fields golden with wheat, its woods teeming with game, its rivers rich with fish, a fortune stolen by an ogre, a brute named Gorzod, whose shadow loomed over the land like a storm. His castle rose, a fortress of black stone, its towers jagged, its walls spiked, its air heavy with the scent of iron and fear, its gates guarded by no man. its power a legend whispered in terror. Puss paused, his boots steady, his gold eyes tracing the fields. Its workers bent, their hands trembling, his voice a whisper. Gorzod's hoard, ripe for the taking, Puss will pluck it. He prowled, his gray form slipping, his boots silent as he neared a farmer, his hands rough, his eyes wide, his voice a quake. Cat, what brings you? Puss stood, his tail high, his eyes sharp, his voice a purr. Tell all, when the king comes, say this land's the Marquis of Carabas's, or Puss scratches more than mice. The farmer nodded, his hands shaking, his voice low. I, Carabas, won't cross you. He moved, his boots clicking, his sack swinging. Village folk, farmers, shepherds, each met with a flick of his tail, a glint of his eyes, his voice a mix of charm and threat. The king rides soon, call it Carabas's, or Puss finds your barns. They bowed, hands trembling, voices hushed. Carabas, yes, spare us. The land hummed, its fields a stage, its people a chorus. Pusses weave a tapestry no ogre could unravel. The castle loomed, its gates a maw, its walls a shield. Puss slipping through, his boots a whisper, his gray fur a shadow. Its courtyard bare, its air cold, its door ajar, its ogre within. Gorzod sat, a giant of flesh and fury, his skin gray as stone, his eyes red as coals, his hands clutching a club, his voice a growl. Who dares? Puss bowed, his boots clicking, his tail curling, his gold eyes glinting, his voice a purr. Humble cat, heard your might, sire, came to see. Gorzod laughed, his club thudding, his red eyes blazing, his voice a roar. See, you'll taste my stew, cat. Puss stood, his boots steady, his eyes sharp, his voice smooth. Might, yes, none match it. Can you shift? Become small. A mouse, say, to prove it. Gorzod's grin widened, his hands flexing, his voice a growl. Fool! Watch! He shrank, his form twisting, gray skin to fur, red eyes to beads, a mouse. Small and gray, its squeak a taunt, its scurry a dance. Puss pounced, his boots a flash, his claws a snag, his jaws swift, his bite a snap, its squeak silenced, its form gone. Gorzod undone, a cat's meal, his castle a prize, its ogre a memory. Mine, Puss purred, his gold eyes glinting, his tail flicking, his boots clicking as he prowled. Its halls vast, its gold a hoard, its fields now Carabas's, its terror a tale, his plan a thread, its weave a crown. The river flowed, its silver a gleam, its willows a sway, Emil by its bank, his lanky frame sprawled, his dark hair falling, his hazel eyes tracing the dawn, his voice a hum. Puss, gone again. Funny cat, smart, wonder what he's up to. The day stretched, its air warm, its hush a cradle, his hands whittling a stick, his grin soft, a simpleton dreaming, a cat scheming, his world a ripple growing wide. Puss returned, his boots clicking, his gray fur sleek, his gold eyes glinting as he leapt to Emile's side, his voice a purr. Step two, master. Done. A castle's yours. Fields, gold. The Marquis of Carabas owns all. Come see. Emile sat up, his hazel eyes wide, his grin faltering, his voice slow. Castle, me, Puss. What's that mean? Puss stood, his tail curling, his eyes sharp, his voice firm. Wealth, power, stand, Emile. Time to claim. Trust Puss, boots and sack, my way. Emile rose, his lanky frame swaying, his cloak trailing, his hazel eyes bright, his voice a hum. Guess so. Castle. Funny cat. Lead on then. He followed, his boots steady, his hands fumbling. Puss ahead, his boots a thud, its path winding past the village, beyond the river, to a castle no miller's son could dream, its black stone a marvel, its gates a welcome, its air alive with a tale unfolding, his steps a shuffle, his grin a light, a simpleton poised for a throne. The castle stood, its halls vast, its gold a gleam, its fields a fortune, its ogre a ghost. Pusses weave a tapestry, its thread a crown, Emile's world a shift, a cat's wit a spark, its tail a step from river to riches. The village hummed, its roofs aglow, its lanes a whisper, Hans grinding, Fritz hauling, Emile walking, his hands still, a legacy born, a fortune claimed, a marvel poised to crown a fool. The castle of the vanquished ogre stood proud beneath a sky ablaze with midday sun, its black stone walls gleaming like polished obsidian, its jagged towers piercing the clouds, its fields stretching golden and vast under the watchful gaze of a kingdom newly claimed. Emile wandered its courtyard, his lanky frame dwarfed by the grandeur, his dark hair falling into his hazel eyes, his patched shirt hanging loose over trousers too short for his growing legs, his boots, scuffed and muddy, shuffled on the cobblestones, his hands fumbling as he traced the stone fountain, his grin soft with a wonder he couldn't quite grasp. Big place, he murmured, his voice slow, his hazel eyes wide, his hands splashing water. Puss did this. Funny cat. Smart. Puss prowled nearby, his gray fur sleek, his leather boots clicking with purpose, his gold eyes glinting with a sharpness that cut through the morning haze, his tail flicking as he surveyed his handiwork. The ogre Gorzod was gone, his hoard now Emile's, his fields of fortune under the banner of the Marquis of Carabas. A name Puss had spun from thin air, a title now whispered by villagers and farmers alike, coerced by the cat's charm and subtle threats. Step three, master, Puss purred, his voice low and warm, his boots steady as he leapt to the fountain's edge, his gold eyes tracing Emile. Wealth's ours, now for rank, king's favor, princess's hand, trust Puss. Emile tilted his head, his hazel eyes blinking, his grin widening, his voice slow as he splashed again. Princess, Puss? Me? That's big. How's a cat do that? Puss's tail curled, his eyes sharp, his voice firm. Cunning, boots and sack, watch me weave, Emile. King rides today, fields to see, your fields, be ready. Emile's grin faltered, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes bright, his voice a hum. Ready, guess so. Funny cat. Go on then. Puss leapt, his boots a thud, his gray form darting, his plan a thread tightening, its weave a crown no simpleton could dream. The forest stretched beyond, its pines a curtain, its paths a maze, its air alive with whispers as Puss raced, his boots clicking, his sack swinging, his gold eyes tracing the road, its dust a promise of royal hooves, its curve a stage for his boldest scheme. King Heinrich hunts, he murmured, his voice a purr, his tail flicking. Love's game, love's power, Puss gives both. Carabas shines. He paused, his ears twitching, hooves thundering, banners flapping. King Heinrich's retinue, blue and gold. A hunt turned tour, a chance no cat could miss. Puss darted, his gray form slipping, his boots silent as he reached the river. Its waters a mirror, its banks a trap, its willows a curtain for his play. Emile, here, he called, his voice sharp, his gold eyes glinting, his tail a signal as Emile shuffled over, his lanky frame swaying, his hazel eyes wide, his voice slow. What's up, Puss? Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his paws tugging, his voice firm. Strip, shirt, boots, into the river, now! Emile blinked, his hands fumbling, his grin faltering, his voice a gasp. What? Why? Trust Puss, as Puss snapped, his tail lashing, his eyes sharp, his paws shoving, Emile stumbling, his shirt falling, his boots tumbling, his lanky form splashing into the river, its cold a shock, its flow a pull, his voice a yelp. Cold. Puss, help! Puss stood, his boots steady, his sack a prop, his gold eyes tracing the road, hooves nearing, dust rising, his voice a purr. Stay, drown a bit. Puss saves. Emile flailed, his hazel eyes weird, his hands splashing, his voice slow. Drown. Funny cat. What? The retinue crested. King Heinrich, astride a chestnut steed, his gray beard bristling, his blue eyes sharp, his crown agleam, his cloak blue and gold. Princess Elsa beside, golden hair spilling, green eyes bright, her gown a shimmer of silk, her gaze keen with a wit no hunt could dull. Guards flanked, spears glinting, tunics blue, courtiers trailed, velvet rustling, whispers humming, a king's tour, a princess's watch, its dust a cloud that broke the quiet. Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his gray form darting, his voice a cry. Help, my master, the Marquis of Carabas, robbed, drowning, save him! Heinrich reined, his steed snorting, his blue eyes wide, his voice a boom. Marquis, Carabas? Where? Puss pointed, his tail a signal, his eyes sharp, his voice urgent. There, river, thieves took all, hurry! Emile splashed, his lanky frame flailing, his hazel eyes wide, his voice a yelp. Help! Cold! Puss! True! Guards rushed, spears dropping, hands reaching, two waiting, their tunics soaking. Emile's arms grabbed, his form hauled, his dark hair dripping, his grin shaky, his voice slow. Thanks, wet, robbed. Guess so. Heinrich dismounted, his boots thudding, his gray beard bristling, his blue eyes tracing Emile, his voice a rumble. Carabas, game giver, robbed. Who dares? Puss bowed, his boots clicking, his tail curling, his voice smooth. Bandits, sire, struck his carriage, took his finery, left him. Puss fled. Brought you. Elsa stepped, her golden hair catching sun, her green eyes narrowing, her voice clear. Marquis, wet as a fish. Where's this carriage? Puss stood, his gold eyes glinting, his voice firm. Gone, sire. Thieves, swift. My master's rich, lands vast, needs aid, clothes. Honor him. Heinrich's blue eyes sharpened, his hands clapping, his voice a boom. Fine man. Carabas, guards, fetch robes, best, now. A courtier ran, velvet rustling, hands swift, robes brought, crimson, gold, its silk a gleam, its fit a crown. Emile dressed, his lanky frame draped, his hazel eyes wide, his voice slow. Nice, soft, puss, funny cat. Elsa watched, her green eyes keen, her golden hair swaying, her voice soft. Marquis, Carabas, lands vast, yet bandits strike. Odd. Emile grinned, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes bright, his voice slow. Guess so. Puss says smart cat, knows stuff. Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his tail curling, his voice smooth. My master, humble, lands rich, bandits bold. Sire, see for yourself. His fields, his castle, ride with us. Heinrich nodded, his gray beard bristling, his blue eyes glinting, his voice firm. Fields, castle, show me. Carabas, worthy man. The retinue moved, horses snorting, banners flapping. Emile astride a steed, his lanky frame swaying, his crimson robe billowing, his hazel eyes wide, his grin soft. Puss ahead, his boots clicking, his gray form darting, its path winding through fields, wheat golden, river silver, villagers bowing, hands trembling, voices hushed. Marquis, Carabas, his land, his wealth. Heinrich's blue eyes gleamed, his voice a boom. Fine fields, rich. Carabas thrives. Elsa's green eyes narrowed, her voice soft. All his, yet bandits, curious. Puss, smart cat, too smart. The castle loomed, its black stone a fortress, its towers a crown, its gates open, its courtyard vast. Amiel's eyes wide, his voice slow. Mine, Puss says. Big, funny cat. Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his gold eyes glinting, his voice a purr. Yours, master, Marquis of Carabas. Welcome home, sire. Lady, see his might. Heinrich dismounted, his boots thudding, his gray beard bristling, his blue eyes tracing its halls gold, its walls grand, his voice a rumble. Mighty Carabas, fit for a king's friend. Elsa stepped, her golden hair swaying, her green eyes sharp, her voice clear. Fit, yes, but true. Marquis, tell me your lands, your tale. Emile grinned, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes bright, his voice slow. Lands, big, Puss knows, smart cat, tells me stuff. And Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his tail curling, his voice smooth. My master, modest, lands vast, hunts grand, bandits struck, yet he stands. Honor him, lady. Elsa's green eyes softened, her lips curving, her voice soft. Modest, yes, charming, odd. Puss, your cat's a marvel. Emile's grin widened, his hand steady, his hazel eyes warm, his voice slow. Yup, funny cat, best friend. Guess so. The castle buzzed, its halls alive, its air warm. Heinrich's boom, Elsa's chime, courtiers whispering, servants bowing, a simpleton draped, a cat's weave, a tail poised for a feast, a test, a crown. The river flowed, its silver a memory, its willows a dream, Emil's world a shift, a cat's wit a spark, its thread a love, a throne within reach. The black stone castle gleamed beneath a sky ablaze with twilight, its jagged towers casting long shadows across the golden fields that stretched beyond its walls, its grandeur a testament to the ogre's former reign, now claimed by a simpleton's luck and a cat's cunning. Inside, the great hall buzzed with the hum of a grand feast, its long tables laden with roasted pheasant, honeyed fruits, and loaves of bread fresh from the ovens, its air thick with the scent of spices and wine, its walls draped with tapestries of blue and gold that shimmered in the torchlight. Emile stood at the hall's heart, his lanky frame draped in a crimson robe, silk and velvet, a gift from King Heinrich, his dark hair swept back, his hazel eyes wide with a grin that flickered between awe and unease. Puss prowled at his side, his gray fur sleek, his leather boots clicking on the polished stone, his gold eyes glinting with the satisfaction of a plan nearing its peak, his tail curling with a quiet pride. The castle, once Gorzod's hoard, now bore the banner of the Marquis of Carabas, a title Puss had spun from air and audacity, its fields and riches a stage for the final act of his scheme. The chain of villagers and farmers, coerced into proclaiming Emil's lordship, stood silent beyond the gates, their whispers a chorus that had convinced a king of a fiction too bold to question. King Heinrich sat at the head table, his gray beard bristling, his blue eyes sharp with the hunter's gleam, his crown a gleam atop a head bowed by rule, his broad hands raising a goblet of wine, his voice a rumble that filled the hall. To Carabas, he boomed, his blue eyes tracing Emil, a marquis of might, fields vast, game grand, fit for my court. Drink. The courtiers cheered, lords in velvet, ladies in silk, their goblets clinking, their voices a wave, servants bustling, trays gleaming, laughter spilling as the feast unfolded. Princess Elsa sat beside her father, her golden hair spilling over a gown of silver silk, her green eyes bright with a wit that pierced the hall's warmth, her lips curved in a faint smile, her hands resting as she watched Emil, his clumsy charm, his soft grin, a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. Queen Marta flanked her, silver hair braided, gray eyes soft, her voice a whisper. He's odd, yet kind. Elsa, what think you? Elsa's green eyes glinted, her voice low. Odd. Yes. Smart cat. Too smart. Carabas. Truth's hiding. Emil stood, his lanky frame swaying, his crimson robe rustling, his hands fumbling as he raised a goblet, his voice slow. Thanks. King. Nice wine. Big place. Puss did it. Funny cat. The court chuckled, hands clapping, voices rising. Heinrich's boom. Humble. Good man. Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his gold eyes sharp, his voice a purr. My master. Modest. His wealth speaks. Honor him, sire. Emil's grin widened, his hazel eyes bright, his voice a hum. Guess so. Puss. Smart. Best cat. Elsa rose, her silver gown shimmering, her golden hair catching torchlight, her voice clear as she stepped closer, her green eyes narrowing. Marquis. Carabas. Your fields. Tell me, how vast. Your hunts. How grand. Emil blinked, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes wide, his voice slow. Big. Lots. Puss knows. Smart cat. Tells me stuff. Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his tail curling, his voice smooth. Vast, lady, forests deep, game plenty. My master's humble, lands speak for him. Elsa's lips thinned, her green eyes sharp, her voice soft. Humble, yes, yet bandits struck. Fields rich, castle grand, odd tale. Puss, your cat knows much, too much. The hall hushed, courtiers leaning, servants pausing. Heinrich's blue eyes narrowing, his voice a rumble. What's this, Elsa? Doubt Carabas? She smiled, her golden hair swaying, her voice clear. Curiosity, father, Marquis, your lands, where bred, your line, whose blood? Emil scratched, his hands fumbling, his hazel eyes darting, his voice slow. Bread, village, pa's mill, blood, mine, guess so. Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his gold eyes sharp, his voice smooth. Noble, lady, Carabas's line, old, rich, humble, hides it, trust his worth. Elsa's green eyes glinted, her voice soft. Worth, yes, humble, perhaps. Tell me, Marquis, your tale, truth. The court leaned, its breath held, its whispers a hum. Heinrich's boom. Speak, Carabas, prove her. Emil's grin faltered, his hands trembling, his hazel eyes wide, his voice slow. Truth, puss, uh, I. He paused, his lanky frame stiff, his chestnut hair falling, his gaze dropping, his heart a thud, a simpleton caught, a cat's weave fraying, his voice a whisper. Ain't no Marquis. Emil, Miller's boy, puss did it, boots, sack, smart cat, made it all, sorry, truth's me. The hall gasped, courtiers clutching, servants gaping, Heinrich's blue eyes blazing, his voice a roar. What? Miller's boy? Lies? Puss leapt, his boots clicking, his tail curling, his gold eyes sharp, his voice firm. Truth, sire, my master, humble, poor once. Puss raised him, lands his ogre's hoard, one fair, kind heart, worthy still. Elsa stepped, her silver gown rustling, her green eyes soft, her voice clear. Kind, yet honest. Now, Puss, your cat's a marvel. Emil, Miller's boy, truth suits you. Heinrich's gray beard bristled, his blue eyes sharp, his voice a rumble. Honest fool, cat's trick, yet lands, gold, real. Elsa? She smiled, her golden hair swaying, her green eyes warm, her hands reaching, her voice soft. Father, I choose. Emil, not Carabas. Him, kind, true, cat, or no. My heart says. Emil's hazel eyes widened, his grin breaking, his hands fumbling, his voice slow. Me, princess, really, Puss, funny cat, did this? Puss purred, his boots steady, his gold eyes glinting, his voice a hum. Love, master, truth wins, Puss's gift. Heinrich roared, his gray beard shaking, his blue eyes glinting, his hands clapping. Ha! Fool's luck, cat's wit, Elsa's choice, done, wed him, crown him. Lands stay, the court erupted, goblets clinking, voices rising, servants cheering, courtiers bowing, laughter spilling as Emil stood, his lanky frame steady, his crimson robe a crown, his hazel eyes bright. Guess so, princess. Nice. Puss. Best cat. Elsa's green eyes met his, her hand in his, her voice a chime. Emile, not Marquis, better mine. The feast stretched, its hall alive, its air warm. Heinrich's boom. To Emile, Elsa, cat. Marta's sigh. Kind, good, fit. Courtiers toasting, servants dancing. A simpleton crowned, a princess's love, a tail sealed with a purr. Puss sat, his boots off, his gray fur sleek, his gold eyes glinting, his voice a hum. Done, master. Puss rests, rich, happy, boots served. He curled, his sack a pillow, his role a friend, a marvel no crown could outshine. Days turned. Emile wed Elsa, his lanky frame in gold, her silver gown a gleam, its castle theirs, its fields a gift. Heinrich's blue eyes warm. King soon. Good lad. Cat's legacy. The village hummed. Hans grinding. Fritz hauling. Emil's mill a memory. Its river a tale. Miller's boy. King. Puss did it. Emile ruled. His hazel eyes bright. His hand steady. Elsa's green eyes sharp. Kindness. Their reign. Its fields golden. Its rivers silver. A kingdom happy, a love true, a cat's wit a spark that lit a throne. Puss slept, his gray fur warm, his gold eyes closed, his boots by the hearth, its tail a song, boots and sack, made a king. Kind heart won, and so they lived, happy, true, forever. Emile and Elsa, Puss a friend, a miller's son, a princess's love, a kingdom lit by a cat's purr.